Oh, I'm live. What's going on, guys? How you guys doing? Um, hey, guys. Before I get into being chaotic as I normally am, salute to everyone that is a guest. Salute to everyone that is on the panel. Salute to everyone that is in the chat. And guys, let's bombard the chat with questions and concerns and comments. Guys, I will be dropping the link very, very early because I want to do a panel very, very early on this discussion. Guys, uh, happy 4th of July, by the way. 4th of July is uh, let's be completely honest, the 4th of July is the greatest day in American history. It's the greatest day in the year, in my opinion. So happy 1776, happy 4th of July. If it was not for the 4th of July, you people would be in mud huts in Africa. Let's be completely honest. But nevertheless, salute to you all. And we have an interesting topic tonight. The topic is about eugenics. The topic is about, can eugenics save society? Guys, please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you have not. And please, guys, please hit that super chat. This network provides entertainment, edutainment, discussion, and discourse while you guys are at work, while you guys are mowing the lawn, or whatever it is that you do. But guys, please hit that super chat. And let's get this show started. Guys, yesterday, and that's what I mean by recently, there was another shooting. It was a shooting in Illinois. I want to say about 50 miles outside of Chicago. If I'm wrong on that, please correct me for the guys in the chat. And this topic came to mind, this topic of eugenics. And for all of you who don't know what eugenics is breeding for desirable traits. And what I believe, in my opinion, in my chaotic opinion, and I know you guys are going to get mad at me. I know you guys are going to correlate this with Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany. But let me tell you guys something. Maybe breeding for desired traits would prevent a lot of this nonsense from happening. I mean, you have to really sit back and think about it. Where does antisocial behavior come from? Where does violent tendencies come from? Where do all of this, guys, I just stuttered, but give me a second here. My words are, where does all of this inadequacy come from? And let me be even further honest with you. I want to also talk about genetic engineering. Maybe we should alter the genome. Maybe we should look into that to create a superior race, and not just white people, black people, Asian people, but human beings, period. Guys, let me tell you something. IQ is hereditary. Think about that. It ain't just me saying it. You can look it up. 80% of intelligence quotient is hereditary. So guys, I know a lot of you meet a girl at the bus stop, you meet a girl at the mall, you meet a girl somewhere and she's dumb as a bag of rocks. Or you could be a girl and meet a dude and he's dumb as a bag of rocks. You have to really take that into consideration when you're breeding. And I know a lot of you don't like the word breeding. I know you guys think that it's cattle, but guys, that's what essentially we are here for, is to breed. Now, I don't have any kids, but nevertheless, you have to take these things into consideration. Maybe these school shooters, maybe these mass shooters have a genetic flaw. And I want to broach this topic. Guys, please hit that like button. Guys, salute to all of the haters in the chat. If it was not for you, I would not be here. Salute to everybody in the shadows that is nervous and afraid to say anything. Salute to everyone. And I'm just still waiting for more people to come into the door. And I have Ariel in the back, and she is also going to co-host with me, and we're going to talk about this. We're going to bring up probably one by one, and then do a whole ass panel, as a lot of you like to say, whole ass. But salute to you guys. Guys, before we get into the topic of discussion, hit a 1 in the chat if you have the opportunity today to go out for a nice run. Guys, I did I think 10 miles today. Hold on for a second, guys. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Of course, there we go. Sorry about that. My apologies. Let me correct that. What is this sound coming from? Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. My apologies. Guys, hit a 1 in the chat if you ran. Okay, so a lot of people did go for a run today. Guys, I got a runner's high today. I had a lot of thoughts that came to my mind. Guys, I'm telling you, running is the key to life. It is the key to obtaining knowledge. It is the key to bettering yourself, also bettering yourself physically as well. But guys, if you go out for a run, be safe. I would suggest go running in the early morning when it's a little bit cool outside, about 6 a.m. But if you go for a noon run, I mean, that's pretty much a wrap. It's about 90 degrees. So be safe if you do that. Get a lot of water, and make sure you bring your phone with you, because if you get halfway into a run and you can't do no more, you can order an Uber or a Lyft to go back home. But nevertheless, guys, salute to you. I'm so glad that you guys are in the building. Derek T says went for a 30-mile bike ride at 4:30. Ariel, what's up? Salute to you, Ariel. Let me ask you a question, Ariel. What I said about eugenics, and I was correlating that with these mass shootings. Does that make any sense to you, or am I stretching it a bit like I normally do? Go ahead.
I think your opinion is definitely chaotic.
Absolutely.
Let's start there. So it makes perfect sense what you're saying.
Yeah.
Do I agree? Well, no. We cannot have a society where we let anybody decide or filter out people in the population. It's dangerous. It's a slippery slope. It's like who decides who gets that power? Who decides what the limit is? Who decides when we stop? So that would be the issue there, for sure.
Let me ask you this. I'm aware that you just had a young baby, or a baby. If me as a father, right? Okay, I don't have any kids, but if I had the opportunity to have children, what would you say to a person like me who would prefer? You know what? I would prefer growth hormones, and they do that with children now. They're genetically modifying they genetically modify children to be taller with growth hormones. And I would say this: I would prefer to have a tall, beautiful daughter, because I know that with a tall, beautiful daughter, there's going to be some man who's going to take care of her outside of me, So I'm looking towards the next generation. Go ahead. What would you say about that?
I would say that you should marry somebody who is tall and beautiful.
Okay. Okay. So let me ask you this. What would you say to a person who is interested in dating someone, but they find out that the person has schizophrenia? What would you say?
What would I say to them?
Yeah.
I would say they would need to consider what they're going to do. Much like anything else, right? So anytime we're dating somebody, anytime we're going to enter into a relationship with somebody, we weigh the pros and cons, whether we realize we do it or not.
Yeah.
We all do it to a certain extent. So you as an individual have to decide, right? Is this something that is a deal breaker for me? Can I manage being with somebody who may have a mental health crisis at some point? That might require me to be in the hospital with them, by their side. Being able to say yes or no to that determines whether you move forward.
In my opinion, I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to be straightforward with you. The answer is absolutely not. The answer is hell no. If a woman, and it works both ways. If you have obesity in your family, no. If you have diabetes in your family, no. If your family has a history of being short, no. And if your family has a history of being cognitively delayed, fuck no. Because here goes the thing. A lot of these things that I just named are you inherit those things, right? So you could argue and say that these let's go back to the whole mass shooters. It's possible. It's very possible that social anxiety, traits like antisocial behavior, you inherit those. And so the thing is that not all people with social anxiety or antisocial behavior commit mass murder, like this nobody loser yesterday who killed all those people. But you really have to, and I've made videos on this, you have to vet. You have to really vet. Is your mother attractive? Is your grandmother healthy? Is your grandfather healthy? Do you have anything in your family like cancer? You have to eliminate these things in the genome. I know it sounds harsh. I know it does. But let me tell you something. Being harsh is the difference between Japan and Cambodia. One group of people is superior and the other group is not. Japan is superior because they practice eugenics. They breed for the best, and they do. Ariel, what say you? Am I being too chaotic now? Go ahead. Let me know.
My eyes are like this wide.
Absolutely. And they should be. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Just because it's something that you cannot regulate. It's something that cannot be done morally. So basically what you're saying, what you're equating is like us selecting our partners intelligently.
Absolutely.
To eugenics, but it's not the same. It's not the same.
What do you mean?
Because eugenics, well, one, we would have a hard time finding anybody a part of the eugenics movement who did anything positive or did anything beneficial. So that's
go ahead. I cut you off. I apologize.
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry.
You're fine. So that's one thing to really look at. So when we look at people like Hitler, like you said, or we look at Margaret Sanger, that's a hot topic right now, right?
Yep.
That's what we keep going back to. The mindset that these people had in we're going to sterilize a certain group of people. We're going to eliminate a certain group of people. This is problematic. We can't have anybody decide that to that scale. Now, in terms of selecting a partner, that's something totally different. Absolutely. Yeah, you should say, hey, is somebody intelligent? Don't marry and don't have children with somebody who's an idiot. Like, that's common sense. I wouldn't say that's eugenics, though. Go ahead. I see you thinking.
Here goes the thing. Eugenics is breeding for desirable traits, right?
Right.
And I'll actually read the actual definition. It says the study of how to arrange reproduction within a human population to increase the occurrence of heritable characteristics regarded as desirable. Developed largely by Sir Francis Galton as a method of improving the human race, eugenics was increasingly discredited as unscientific and racially biased during the 20th century, especially after the adoption of its doctrines by the Nazis in order to justify their treatment of Jews, disabled people, and other minority groups. Yes, there have been people who have used eugenics in a bad way, but you can use eugenics in a good way. Being short is not a desirable trait. I don't care what anybody says. It's not. What else? Being fat.
But why not?
It's not. Come on. Okay, Ariel, come on. I'll tell you why.
No,
not.
Seriously.
I'll tell you why not. I'll tell you why not. Let's break this down in terms of let's compartmentalize this answer. Now, Is my answer generally correct? Maybe not. But let's compartmentalize it. In terms of the Fortune 500s, the average height of a CEO, Ariel, guess what the average height is?
My guess would be 5'11" to 6 foot.
6 foot is the average height. Mm-hmm. Do you want to know why it's 6 foot?
They have a more domineering appearance. They seem like the person in charge, I would assume.
Absolutely. Yes. And it's not just, okay, so let's compartmentalize this again. Imagine, you're in ancient times, and this is what I believe happened even in ancient times. Let's take Egypt, for example. Let's look at a character like Akhenaten. Akhenaten, I don't know if you're familiar with Akhenaten. He was a pharaoh in Egypt, one of many pharaohs. He was tall. If you're short, let's be honest, you don't command respect immediately by physical appearance. You just don't. And I want any of you short little runts that are mad at me for saying this to call in and question everything that I say. And you don't look, this is not an echo chamber. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to just be on my side. I want you to call in and tell me why you're so angry. But I know why you're angry. I'm under 6 feet. And I can tell you, not being able to dunk has always pissed me off. But go ahead, Ariel. I don't want to take up the floor. Go ahead.
I can't even right now.
Go ahead. I already told you. You've been briefed. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got the floor.
So
go ahead.
I think this is a matter of like preference, right? Because, well, actually, let me backtrack a little bit. So in general, society is getting taller. It's happening naturally without the need for what you're saying, essentially, for us to be selective with our partners, even though we do it. So it's, I guess my question would be is, what difference are you asking for people to take it to another extreme, to take it up another level for us? You're saying to breed for, to breed for the most desirable traits, but people are doing that. So the other option would only be that other people who don't do that don't breed. And that's when we get into the question of, is that problematic? And my answer to that is yes.
You mean, is it problematic for people not to breed?
Is it problematic for us to say that people who don't breed for desirable traits should not breed? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And unfortunately, here goes the thing. You have to be extreme now. Like, to be completely honest with you, if you are a dwarf, or if you have a trait that can be passed on to your children, why on earth would you want your child? Now, Ariel, you can believe whatever you want to believe, and that's fine. And you could also be wrong, and I could be right. I just want to point that out real quick. But in my opinion, a lot of what's going on in society, like all these crazy shootings, all this mental illness, is a product of bad breeding. It is a product of people not practicing eugenics. And you see this a lot in a lot of different communities. Oh, I'm just going to have sex with her. Stop it. Stop it. You have people who openly talk about breeding with women who weigh 400 pounds. What on earth would want you to breed with somebody that damn fat? It is not the standard of beauty. It is a health risk, and you have to be vigilant about that. You don't want your child to be fat. You don't want your child to have diabetes at a young age. You don't want your child to have any other, a heart condition or anything like this because you chose to breed with somebody who does not take care of her body or his body. And you just don't. I know these things are brutal, Ariel. I don't know if you knew what you were getting into by being on my platform. Go ahead.
Oh man, no, I didn't really know. So I've seen you speak a few times, and I was like, oh. Everybody's calling him chaotic. I don't see it now. Now I understand. So,
am I offending you? Are you upset now? You wanna
no,
go?
No, not at all.
Okay,
this is needed, right? We have to have these conversations.
Would you breed? I know you're married now, but would you have would you have had a child with an Eskimo? Keep it real.
Would I have a child with who?
Would you have had child? Would you have had a child with an Eskimo?
With an Eskimo.
You know what an Eskimo is, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Eskimos are generally short people.
Oh, okay. Well,
go ahead.
That's an odd question for me to answer because of right? Because you don't come in contact with these people. I don't come in contact with these people.
Let's say you came in contact with an Eskimo. He said, Ariel, I love everything about you. I love your poofy hair. I love your black skin. Would you would you have bread with this person?
Potentially, right? Mm-hmm. So for me personally, I am a Christian. So Absolutely. my ideas about what marriage should be, who I marry, all are rooted in that. So I might be an anomaly when it comes to how I selected a partner.
Yeah.
But it also doesn't apply to me because I'm 6'2". So even if
how tall is your husband?
Even if, say that again.
How tall is your husband?
He's 6'6".
I knew it. So you guys are about to have some giants for kids.
And he's over here, my son. He's already tall.
He's probably taller than me right now. And he was probably just
he's 5 months old.
Yeah, he's taller than me right now at 5 months old. But here goes the thing. You guys knew exactly what you were doing. But maybe it was on a subconscious level. But what I'm saying is that in my opinion, there is a reason why people commit crimes. And people will argue and say, well, it's poverty. It's poverty. I don't think so. I think it's a genetic flaw. I think it's a genetic flaw. Now, I used to be a teacher. I don't know if you knew that, right? And I worked in the courts. I was a probation officer for many years. And I am telling you, I've dealt with, and I used to be like a lot of you people in the chat and in the bushes. I used to be like a lot of you, oh yeah, people just need environment, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, it's possible that this person is a Cro-Magnon. They have not fucking evolved. I used to be like y'all. I used to be you. I used to be you like you drum beaters, you incense burner, blacks. Oh yeah, everybody needs. No, it's we have to break it down to the science. There are some people that are still Cro-Magnums walking. What is it? Cro-Magnon? Somebody in the chat help me out. It could possibly be that there are some Cro-Magnums walking around. There's possible that there's some cavemen still in the gene pool. And maybe these mass shooters, like that piece of shit white boy in Buffalo, maybe he's a fucking caveman. It's possible. And he had these traits as a kid, and people were pretending like, oh, he's just odd and awkward. Maybe it's just because maybe he doesn't need to. Well, he's already in jail now, so he won't be breeding. But maybe people like that, if you should not breed. Ariel, let me get you up out of here. You seem offended. I'm gonna get you up out of here. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ariel. Ariel, can I ask you a question? You're 6'2". Can you dunk a basketball?
No, I'm more of a shooter.
Okay. You think you can beat me at basketball? Now I'm under 6 foot. You think you could beat me at basketball? How old are you? You probably could.
Did you play?
I played for a very small magnet school. We were trash. Yeah. You're on mute.
Oh, well, I was saying, I don't know. It depends on your skill level, right?
But go ahead though. You can drop the link if you want, JR. Go ahead, Ariel. What do you have to say about what I was saying?
I'm amazed. Increasingly more so by you. I just am fully understanding like that this topic and this idea, you're echoing a lot of what is wrong with it.
And what am I echoing?
The ideals that have led to mass genocide, the ideals that have led to sterilization of certain races of people. I do understand what you're saying, where people are not selective enough.
Yeah.
But what if I also gave you this option? Is that even with what you're saying, is it not possible that regardless of what you're seeing in terms of the science, that this will always exist? That no matter how much you filter, there will always be a subset of society that IQ is low, that can't do a certain level of job because of their IQ, that is going to be on the bottom tier of society, and that we also might need those people, right? We need the CEO and we need the worker. We need each type of individual in society in order for us to thrive. If everybody's a leader, then who steps in line and takes care of the menial task?
Ari, you bring up a good point, and your point is very valid, and your point honestly has been studied on the sociological level by PhDs, etc. I don't agree with you, and I don't agree with that. Now, I could be wrong, and I hope that I'm not, but I could be wrong. And you said that you're a Christian, so this has probably nothing to do with you right now, because you believe that the Earth was formed 2,000 years ago, but I don't. I I believe that evolution exists or has existed. I believe that we are some sort of an ape, according to science. Now, are we an evolving ape? I don't think so. I think that we have had this appearance for thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. But at one point, Ariel, we were hunters and gatherers. At one point, I mean, imagine this, Ariel. There was a time when human beings lived in caves and lived in the savannas of Africa, and they were chucking spears at each other. And then people evolve, like their maybe brain synapses. There's a lot of theories that suggest why mankind has been able to create the societies that we see now. For example, are you familiar with the Stone Ape Theory? So the Stone Ape Theory is the theory that ancient man, which was probably hunters and gatherers, or probably a primordial human, something like a Cro-Magnon, they ate mushrooms and opened up their brain. It's been studied, and it's opened up their brain to see other ways of existence. So to create tools, etc. So it's very possible that we are a constantly evolving species. What say you? Guys, we're only going to do 5 to 10 minutes, and then we're going to do a panel. I see Lou in the back. I see John the Baptist is in the back. Salute to you guys. Let me bring up Lou real quick. Hold on, Ariel, let me bring up Lou. Lou, what's up, man? And thank you for the super chat. Happy Intrinsic. Lou, you're on mute.
How are you, Chaotic?
I'm pretty good, pretty good. What I want to do is bring up one at a time, and then maybe in the next hour or two do a whole panel. But Lou, what say you about the whole eugenics argument and correlate it with mass shooters? And if you agree or disagree with me, please let me know. I am not an echo chamber. Go ahead, Lou.
We've had this conversation before. Obviously, you and I agree on most topics. So
absolutely.
I'd have to say that I do agree with you on everything that you've said. And I'll say this. I'm 5'5", as you know.
Yeah. You're short, dude.
I'm like on the limit of being a human being, right? You know, I'm 5'5", okay. And so, you know, on the eugenics topic, and to correlate with the rest, I must date someone who is taller. If right. I want my genes, right? If I want my legacy to be taller or as tall as I am, I can't date a girl who's 5'1" and expect my son to be someone who commands respect in that regard.
Yeah.
And so this is something that we must be selective about if we want our children to have the best possible outcome.
Exactly.
And also on the mass shooting scenario, just a little bit of a different perspective. I believe that, of course, some of this has to do with genetics, but some of it also has to do with the fact that most of these people are men, okay, that commit these acts.
Well, men are generally the more violent gender, of course.
Sure. And we have to kind of consider, why are they being violent in this regard? And one of the things that Jordan Peterson spoke about was the fact that a lot of these men are not, in today's society, they are not being able to gain sexual access because they're outliers. And so, of course, they're angry because no one's giving them any play.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to say that real quick, and I'll come back on the panel later on because I do want to let things move on.
Absolutely.
But just a little bit of a different perspective there as well.
Happy 4th of July to you, Lou. And what did you do for the 4th, Lou?
I stayed home with family. I live right above my dad, so we had a cookout. And as immigrants, we celebrated our privilege to be here in America and to be able to just be here and do our thing.
And also happy White History Month to you as well, Lou. Have a good one. And please come back for the panel, Lou. Peace. John the Baptist, what's up, man? Salute to you, man. Happy 4th of July. What say you, sir, about the eugenics topic, and can you correlate that with mass shootings and any other idiosyncrasy within Western society? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon to you, Chaotic, and the lady on the panel. I can't remember your name, but good morning, afternoon to you too as well.
Yeah.
Of course, on this topic, I totally disagree with you.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Eugenics is not the answer for Western culture. It's not a cure at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say this. I'm 5'8", 5'8.5". I can dunk. Well, I could dunk.
On an 8-foot rim, I'm assuming, right?
On a 10-foot rim.
At your age?
I could at one time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah. That's no longer possible anymore, period.
Let me ask you a question, sir. Japan has a very average IQ amongst its citizenry. Why is Japan more developed and more peaceful than its Asian brethren, the Cambodians?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I will answer the question this way.
You don't think it's eugenics? You don't think that the Japanese are naturally practicing it? Or go ahead.
I can't say if it is or if it isn't.
Yeah.
That's not my area of expertise.
Yeah.
But not trying to dodge your question, it's just that I don't have information to answer that question.
Yeah.
That could be true, that could be false. I have no answer for that.
Go ahead.
What I will say is that I don't believe in eugenics, and I don't believe that we select people that need to be here who should be here.
Yeah.
I don't think we should breed or anything to get a select people. I think the way the world is, and the people that we have here are here for a reason, whether we agree or disagree. Mm-hmm. Now, if we want to get a board, determine which one is valuable and which one is not valuable, I think that's a sad way to go.
Let me ask you a question real quick. What was the purpose of Jeffrey Dahmer?
What was the purpose of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yeah.
Wow, you put me on the spot with that one.
Yeah, you say, well, no. I'm not trying to, but you said everybody has a purpose. So I'm asking, what was the purpose of Jeffrey Dahmer? Go ahead.
Yeah. You know what? What's the purpose of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yeah. You said everybody had a purpose. I'm just, listening to you. Go ahead.
Correct. I hear you. So the purpose of Jeffrey Dahmer is to remind us that whether you agree or disagree or not, the purpose of Jeffrey Dahmer is to remind us that evil does exist.
What if you could eradicate evil? What if there was a formula to it? Would you eradicate it?
If you could eradicate evil, you had to eradicate evil. You had to eradicate people. Because all people are evil.
Everybody's like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Everybody is evil.
Everybody's evil. That's what you're saying.
Everybody has a tendency to be evil.
Are you evil?
I have done evil acts.
Ooh, it's because you're dark skinned. No, I'm playing. John the Baptist. I'm playing with you. Go ahead. So you got the floor.
So if you look at it, every person has done evil. Every person has done wrong.
Yeah.
So to select to say which one is right and which one is wrong, that's almost impossible because all of us at some point in time have done something that probably deserve not to be here. So now we can talk about Jeffrey Dahmer if we want to, but maybe we haven't done the very act that he's done. But I'm pretty sure you've done some things in your life that you don't want someone to know about.
No, I have never done anything evil. I think there's a certain level of there's a certain threshold to what, in my opinion, I don't know what your opinion, I don't know what your metrics on evil is or are, but in my opinion, evil is murder. Evil is rape. Evil is being jealous enough to harm someone, like take something from someone because you're jealous. I think those are not only evil acts, but those are primitive. What I want to say, primitive, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. Primitive baggage from our ancient ancestors. I think a lot of what we think of as evil, like aggression, I think a lot of that comes from when we were on the savannas in Africa hundreds of thousands of years ago, and we were running from lions. I think all that aggression, especially with whites, maybe is from when they were in the coldness in the caves of Europe. And I think that we have not eliminated that yet, in my opinion. So I think what we think of as evil is that. Now, I could be wrong, John the Baptist, and you could be right. But that's what I truly believe is the chaotic truth. Go ahead, sir. You got the floor. And I'm
so let me ask the host a question here. Do you consider, has America ever been evil?
In my opinion, no. In my opinion, America is the greatest country on the planet. And in my opinion, that maybe the ends do justify the means sometimes. You have, okay, so I'm assuming you're talking about the natives. Well, the natives were absolutely barbaric towards each other and other tribes. The natives did not develop this country. And the natives, I hate to say it, they were not cognitively on the same par as the colonizers. They just were not. They literally had the opportunity to use the resources here to create infrastructure. They did not. They didn't create industry. They didn't do those things. So a more evolved, a more intelligent culture and people came here, and this is what we have now. Because me and you aren't talking to each other with a pigeon. We're not sending messages on a pigeon. We are using the tools and techniques of people that figured out how to maneuver across this great land, in my opinion. But go ahead, you get the floor.
It's amazing to me how when I asked you the question, you went to the natives.
Yeah.
And the reason I asked the question, I don't think that American is. I wasn't trying to say that America was evil. What I was trying to get you see in the correlation with your depth of what evil is, what an evil act is. So, one of the comments you made earlier, you said that if you take something from someone else, that's evil. That's the act of being evil. I think you said that right.
Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
So, if that's an act of evil, then one, even though it's the greatest country, even though this may be the greatest country we ever lived in, they have taken things that belong to someone else.
Did they?
That is an act of evil.
Did they do that? You know what I think? You know what I think is an act of evil. In respect to you, John the Baptist, a salute to you. And in my opinion, an act of evil is a person who knows that America committed acts of evil, and instead of moving to a place where everybody looks like them, you are on the same land that the act of evils occurred. So you and I are part of the same hypocrisy. It's just that I admit to the hypocrisy. You don't.
No, actually, I do. I don't. No. What I'm saying to you, I recognize the hypocrisy.
Yeah.
I'm not. What I'm saying to you is, I can recognize the hypocrisy.
Yeah.
I can recognize that not just America, but me as individual,
yeah,
that all human beings have done an act of evil. I'm not trying to say I'm not trying
an act of evil.
Correct.
Okay.
I'd love to chime in too. I don't want to interrupt, but
go ahead.
Get the floor.
I think what you guys are having a real discussion about is what is morality, right?
Right. Yeah.
So what is the moral code? And where our friend John the Baptist is coming from, I'm more in alignment with, in the sense that there has to be a definition of right and wrong. If chaotic, we live by your moral code, right now it sounds decent because you're not insane. But if the moral code is made by Jeffrey Dahmer, that's when we have the issue. We can't have the idea that morality is what I say it is. Morality has to be right or wrong, regardless of what I feel it is or what my opinion is. So, in general, we have to have a lawgiver. That's why I am a Christian. I believe God is the lawgiver and that we have to live under his law. If we don't, we are committing acts of evil. So, the Bible says we all have sinned, therefore we all are evil. That is, that's where I come from, and I think that's kind of what John the Baptist is saying. I don't know if he's religious or not, but we've all done something wrong, is what he's saying.
Okay, I get what he's saying. I'm glad you broke that down, Ariel, from a perspective of a Christian.
Thank you, Ariel. You said it wonderfully.
Yeah, she did actually. Now, here goes the thing. John the Baptist is a lot of people in the back, but please come back to the panel. I just want to do one by ones real quick. But John the Baptist, I have to ask you a question. do you agree with me when I say that? Let's use Japan as a case study. The Japanese, in my opinion, tend to breed for intelligence. They tend to breed for IQ. They tend to breed for certain traits that are desirable. Hence the reason why Japan is the way that it is. Why isn't Cambodia like Japan, sir?
I don't know.
Okay. John the Baptist going to the back. Salute to you. Happy 4th of July to you, sir. And I do believe that you dunked back in the day because Michael Jordan's brother was 5'8" and he could tomahawk dunk. Salute to you, sir. That was John the Baptist on the 1s and 2s. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Guys, let's get the super chats up. Let's get the super chats up. Salute to you guys. What's up, man? Happy Founders Day to you, sir. Name me one thing that is great about this country, sir. Go ahead.
One thing that's great about this country? Immigrants.
Ooh. Okay, good. I can see that. I can see that. It is White History Month. Name me a achievement, whether it's technological or scientific, from white people. Go ahead.
Cotton.
Let me get you up out of here. No, sir, go ahead. Now, what's your point of view on the whole eugenics argument? Do you agree with my talking points? Do you agree with Ariel? Ariel is a staunch Christian, so her beliefs are differing from mine, but you don't have to necessarily echo chamber me or echo chamber her. What say you, Zoe? Sorry for calling you Zoe. I'm sorry. That was sorry. Go ahead.
I lean more towards Ariel, towards Christian, towards the Christian background. When it comes to things, I do appreciate your chaotic point of view sometimes.
Yeah.
I feel like it's intelligent, but sometimes I feel like you have this battle with ignorance. Like you could be ignorant sometimes, separated from the chaotic, then we'd be straight. But when you said what you said earlier, when you were talking to the good man that was on here before me, what you said that if you could, you would eradicate evil, but then like a little bit later you go on to say that sometimes the ends justify the means. It's like there's a conflict there that I think you were calling hypocritical, but it's like it's a little bit more than that. That conflict is always there. That's literally the conflict between good and evil, and that you're never going to be able to be completely responsible for eradicating evil without becoming evil. Like,
would you breed with a midget, sir? Keep it real. Let's cut the bullshit. Would you breed with the midget?
No.
Why not?
I don't think I'm capable of it, honestly.
Okay. If you were having a child with a woman and the doctor came to you and said, Zoe, your child is going to be 5 foot tall, a boy, but we have growth hormones that would make him 6'2". What say you, sir? What would you choose?
Nah. I wouldn't put anything in there like that's not me. What's the point of it if it's not me?
Okay, so you will allow him to be 5 feet tall.
I mean, I'll allow him to be my height. 5 feet tall. If I'm 5 feet tall, then that's fine with me.
Okay.
If I feel well enough to mate and have that boy, then that's fine. I'm very with making a decision on a personal basis, but making it on a wide scale basis based on what I see from other people.
Yeah.
It creates a different issue for me than eugenics. It creates an issue of principle and how those people were raised, more so if they're genetically created to be that way. Because to me, going that deep doesn't. It feels like I'm biting off more than I could chew. Like some to God.
Let me ask you this.
Into the religious area of things.
Let me do something real quick. Let me read the super chat. I'm going to ask you a very controversial question, okay? Lou, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Lou says, morality is subjective according to the society at large. Ooh, good point, Lou. Good damn point. Sean D says, dropping of the second atomic bomb was evil and unnecessary. I got to agree with you on that, Sean D. I do. Jermaine says, the problem with eugenics is your ideas of the most desirable trait dies with you. What if in the future black becomes undesirable and gets sniped out? Ooh, that's a good point. Acadia says, guys, get these super chats up and get those likes up and share the video too. Acadia says, fun fact, Japanese match with the blood type from certain personality traits. Like people in the West use horoscopes. They use it for leaders and mates. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how they do it. Yeah, they have a scientific view of breeding, and that's probably why they are a superior culture. Same thing with Jews, maybe. Zoe, let me ask you a question, sir. If there was a formula to figure out a serial killer gene, would you press the government to say, you know what, we have to sterilize people or women like this?
No.
Ooh, why not? So let me ask you a question. So you would prefer Jeffrey Dahmer's, the Buffalo serial killers, to be in society?
It's a different thing to say that I would prefer them to be in society than to believe people like me who are capable, if they were in the situation, to handle it accordingly or die trying, and take that route over saying I'm going to keep anything like that from happening. Like there's a certain line I'm not going to control. There's a certain line that I can control. There's things me and my family that have to do with me and my family, and also my relationship with God. I'll let that stand there too. That saying I'm going to try to prevent every bad thing from happening or every bad person from happening. Who's to say that the sacrifice for trying to stop a Jeffrey Dahmer from being born is to create a different type of monster?
Let me get you up out of here, though, Zoe. We have a lot of people in the back. Thank you so much. Or Ari, do you have anything for Zoe real quick? Absolutely. That was Zoe on the ones and twos. What's up, Gilded Quan?
Hey.
Yeah. What's up, man? Hey, yeah. You came to the panel the other night. Thank you so much, man. What's up? Happy 4th of July. Do me a favor, sir. Name me an achievement of the white race in commemoration for Happy White History Month. Go ahead.
Social media.
Social media. Ooh, good one. White man created social media, and you Negroes love using it. Gilded Q9 or Quan. I keep saying Q9. I'm thinking about Q9, but Quan. What say you on this topic, sir, about eugenics? About and correlated with the whole serial killer mass shooter thing.
So my thing with eugenics is, if we're talking our community, eugenics is not a thing that would work.
Let's just use humanity. I'm so tired of just specifically.
We're just humanity, period. For me, I don't think eugenics will work because a lot of our conditions are environmental and not necessarily genetic. I think that the environment in which a lot of us in general are being raised in has more effect than if you just put the right genes together.
Yeah.
Like you can have someone that's 6 foot tall, no diseases, a IQ that's as high as it can go. But if you put that person in this environment without any guidance or without anyone to really walk them through life properly, you'll just have another, person that's very intelligent that does not really know how to navigate life.
Now, Quan, you made a good point, but let me tell you something real quick. The most beautiful women on the planet are Sudanese women. Think about that. They are born in abject poverty. It's absolutely deplorable, some of the conditions that they live in. But some of the top supermodels on the planet, you guys can look it up, are Sudanese. And they're very gorgeous women. Is it possible that they have bred to look attractive for a certain type of selection? Imagine you're in Sudan and you're a man, right? So you automatically are going to have a daughter who's 6 foot tall. You're automatically going to have a thin daughter. The odds of her becoming a model are higher than most women on the planet. So yeah, it could be environment, but also I bet a person in Sudan wouldn't breed with somebody who's 5 foot tall either, because they know that, okay, listen, the odds of this person being picked up for a modeling agent or for a modeling company is very low. Does that make any sense? Like, so it could be environment, but it could also be you still have to breed for certain desirable traits.
I get what you're saying. It's just, for me, I don't equate eugenics as success. I don't equate those two. Like, you can have these beautiful women, you can have the situations that they can be potentially, put into, but the same way that a person can be set up for success, it doesn't guarantee it either. So I don't necessarily equate eugenics and setting a person up with certain qualities with a successful outcome.
Would you have children with an Eskimo?
With an Eskimo?
An Eskimo. Do you know what an Eskimo is?
I mean, what she look like?
She's 4'11" and she's short and pudgy. Would you have children with an Eskimo?
I mean, if we can erase the pudgy, listen, I like who like me.
Would you have children with a woman who was schizophrenic and she had a low IQ? Would you have a child with a woman who,
I wouldn't do the schizophrenic and I wouldn't do the low IQ. So here's the thing about eugenics.
Go ahead, sir.
Here's the thing about eugenics, though. I don't think, especially in regular, I think that eugenics is extreme, and really all we need to know is how to go about mating with the proper class. I think a lot of this has to do with more so class than it does with traits.
Do you believe that there are individuals in society that still carry on traits from our early ancestors, like Cro-Magnon, like early hominids, things of that magnitude? Do you think that?
Possibly.
I think so. So, for example, that Buffalo shooter, when I first saw him, he looks primitive to me. He looks like he looks like he has caveman DNA. It's possible that there are certain traits and certain genetic information that is still it's like almost like baggage, and that there are some evolved people, whether they're black, white, Asian or not, and then there are some unevolved people that are black, white, or Asian too. I'm pretty sure you guys have run across people like this. They could come from any socioeconomic background, and they are like, damn, this motherfucker is an animal. You ever met somebody like that? I certainly have in my life.
Yes, and more than likely, those people fall under a certain class, correct?
What class is that?
The lower class. So if we simply were to understand that people need to mate and create with the people within their specific class, you wouldn't have to go through, in my opinion, something as extreme as eugenics.
Ariel, you haven't said anything in like 20 minutes. What say you, ma'am?
I'm just listening and taking it all in. So you had mentioned, Quan, you had mentioned that that environment was a factor. And I do want to touch on that point because I think if we flip the discussion a little bit, right, and we look at it from the other side, not that, okay, if we can eliminate the people who do these things, then society will be better. What do we say about the people who have bred for success and have an offspring that is not reflective of that, right? So they have selected their mate based off of the best possible. They have the silver spoon in their mouth, and then the kid comes out and he's lazy and he's doing things he's not supposed to be doing, and he's evil, because those kids exist as well, right?
Can you give us an example of one of these kids?
I don't know any personally, but it is a storyline that we all know, right? It's a storyline we know that, the celebrities, they have these kids, and the child is off doing something not supposed to be doing. I don't want to call anybody's kid out, like.
But Ariel, you and I both know that celebrities, aren't the. I mean, let's be honest. Celebrities aren't quantum physicists. They aren't.
That's true, but they bring attractiveness oftentimes.
Right, but what I'm saying is that, like, let's say, for example, like a theoretical physicist such as James Gates, Sylvester James Gates. You guys should look him up. He's a black theoretical physicist, and I'm pretty sure that nobody knows who he is. But nevertheless, both of his children extremely smart. Both of his children have Ivy League backgrounds, etc. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's a astrophysicist, not a theoretical physicist. His children, all intelligent, all Ivy League. Is it just possible that these entertainers kids, let's be honest, other than maybe Will Smith, who actually was accepted into MIT, which is an Ivy League, I would bet that some of these entertainers are just as stupid.
And can I chime in real quick?
And I got somebody in the background. Go ahead.
When I talk about class, and see, this is where we get class mixed up and wrong so many times in our arguments. Class is so much money, so much more than an income level. It's a way you think. It's a way you go about life. It's your decision making. It's the choices that you make. Those all factor into class. A certain person in a certain class isn't going to have the same decision making that a person in a lower class would have. So for your example of the person that comes from a higher class, that person is making decisions that a lower class person would make.
Well, hear me out for a minute. So are you familiar with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yes, somewhat familiar. I don't follow all of his stuff, but
yeah, he's not a rapper, so I didn't figure that. I didn't think that you would follow him. Yeah,
you got to stop.
So, hey, Ariel, are you familiar with Neil deGrasse Tyson? I didn't think so. Yeah, he's not Beyonce, so I didn't think that you.
Oh my gosh.
Was. But nevertheless, I'm playing with you guys. But nevertheless, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a very he's a famous astrophysicist, right? He grew up poor. He grew up in the projects. But what the difference was is that his parents were intelligent. His mom is still alive. I think his dad passed away. He grew up in the projects. His parents eventually moved from the projects. But despite him living in the projects, and let's say Ben Carson, despite Ben Carson growing up not a part of an affluent background, he grew up in a bad environment. I think he may have even been in foster care for like a year. I think his mom went to like the mental institution for like a year. I believe that his family lineage was already smart. They probably were a superior class in ancient Africa or something. Some of these things may be possible, I think. And mind you, I taught in public schools, inner city public schools, and I'm telling you, it's not necessarily environment because there are geniuses in these public schools. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Mr. Young says, what is the point of eugenics if you are arguing that people don't want to breed with those with undesirable traits? Wouldn't that just justify or naturally fade out of existence? Go ahead, Quan. You got the floor. I'm gonna get back to what you said, Mr. Young. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, I guess just to sum up, like I said, when we talk about class, I really hate how we just define class as you make a certain amount.
No. What I want you to do is, Quan, hold on for a second. I see you in the back, Lockhart. I'm gonna bring you up, okay? Quan, hear me out for a minute, because you're intelligent, right? Even though you went to an HBCU. I shouldn't have said that. I rock with HBCU. I went to a PWI, by the way, man. I was so jealous now they go to HBCU.
I mean, now, hey.
Here goes the thing. I just named individuals who came from lower class structures, but they probably already had the intelligence factor. It was already in their genetic code. Like Ben Carson could have grew up in bumfuck Alaska, and he probably still would have been a neurosurgeon. Is it just possible that some people, just like, for example, we're going to use a serial killer. Could it be that Jeffrey Dahmer was just going to be Jeffrey Dahmer anywhere because he had certain traits? He was antisocial as a kid. He was weird as a kid. He used to kill animals. Where did that aggressive gene come from? Do you think that these things should be studied? Go ahead.
I mean, I think it should be studied, but for me, those are okay. If you're familiar with statistics, the people that you're talking about are outliers, in my opinion.
Now, according to John the Baptist, everybody's evil, by the way. But go ahead.
Well, I don't think he meant evil, and it's okay. I think when it comes to that notion, I think that the conscious mind, if you just let your mind wander, it'll default to the worst things that you could think about.
Yeah.
You have to consciously program your mind to be positive, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But to that's another point. Let me get back to that point that I was making. I think that the people that you're talking about are outliers. Okay. And when you talk about the normal, regular person, I believe that when you talk about the average person, it's environmental. You know what I mean? If you put certain people into certain situations, regardless of what their genes are, it's going to produce a better outcome.
Okay. Now, Quan, hold that thought real quick. You are on point, despite the fact that you did go to Mary Bethune-Cookman College.
Maryland Eastern Shore, don't do that.
Oh, okay. I'm about to look. Is it still open?
Eastern Shore Hawks, yes.
Okay,
don't
cool.
do that. Come on.
Jermaine with the $2 super chat says, my kid's gonna run the gene banks and make y'all 4 feet. Don't do that. I'm gonna put you in the back, Quan. Salute to you, man. Thank you so much, man. That was Quan, man, on the ones and twos. We have the Lockhart perspective. The Lockhart perspective. Happy 4th of July and also happy White History Month. I gotta ask you a question. Name me a technological, a scientific, a medical achievement of the white race. It's their month, just like Black people have Black History Month.
Yeah.
Whites should have White History Month.
Absolutely. Okay, so it would be right in line with what you're talking about with the CRISPR-Cas9 and all that other stuff. CRISPR is falling right in line with what you're speaking of with regards to eugenics. And even though it's something that we may not like to talk about as it relates to eugenics, CRISPR is actually giving people the opportunity to decide what they want to look like as well. CRISPR is also being used into deciding what child you want to bring onto the earth. Do you want this child taller? Do you want this child shorter?
Yeah.
So beyond the topic, these are the things that are happening, whether we want them to happen or not. These things are already happening. And there are a great deal of Anglo individuals here in the States, as well as some in partnership with those in China that are doing the exact same thing. So they're working in partnership.
Like our perspective, I hate to cut you off. Do you have a PhD?
Why?
I could tell because you sounded like a dissertation when you were talking. Go ahead.
And so the most important thing is that even though you bring up a very provocative conversation today with eugenics, and some of us would want to say, "Oh my God, no, this is a terrible thing."
What is your point?
You know, a lot of people are going to say, well, you can't choose this. And, you know, we want to walk in that pathway that says, oh, you know, we should choose for love. Your point is, believe it or not, folks, it's very, very close to what's going on right now. Yes, people are able to make the decision on what they want their children to look like. And of course, that is, as far as class goes, this would actually fall in line with those individuals who are able to afford this at this point, at this juncture, because now you do have individuals like, you know, specific physicians and things deciding what they want their children, you know, to be, and they can do this. As a matter of fact, when you mentioned Japan, I thought about some of the very tall people that are in Japan. Japan, of all of the folks that are there, as far as Asia is concerned, they have some of the tallest folks in Asia. Some of them are very, very high, very tall folks. So yeah. So what he's saying, even though we are alarmed at it, and we love to lean on the idea of leaning to love and not wanting to be with that little small Eskimanian, the truth about the matter is people are choosing.
Thank you so much. Ariel, do you want to broach what the doc has said, or do you want me to continue?
I would just add that I do understand that it is occurring, you know, and does it make it right? That's a separate question. We just have to figure out if choosing these things, does it have the effect that we are speculating, right? Because that's what we're doing. That's the real question. Do we go through all this only to find out that we cannot eliminate what we want to eliminate and that we've opened a bigger can of worms?
I agree 110%. And so, for example, if we didn't even have CRISPR-Cas9, if we had none of those things afforded to us, then aside of the scientific portion of it, then it would lead us to be now eugenics of the right of Sanger, as well as all of her predecessors. It would then take us to the Hitlers and the Stalins of the world that wanted to rid the world of a specific genome group or race in order to have them look like this or look like that. You see what I mean? Without that on the table, then that would make the eugenics conversation a very taboo conversation. Science has sort of trumped all of that. Science has said, well, you know what? You may not have liked Hitler. You may not have liked what he did, but here we're going to give the opportunity for people to decide what the future looks like.
Like our perspective, you are very eloquent and you pretty much have said everything that I said, but in a peer-reviewed aspect. I'm going to get very chaotic here. I was a school teacher for many years, and I used to have a kumbaya attitude, but something hit me one day when I realized that a lot of these children, and particularly public schools, I looked at their parents, particularly their mothers. A lot of these kids came from single parent households, and the mothers were, I make jokes on my channel about the public school mothers being ghetto, etc. But I made an observation one time, and I noticed that a lot of these mothers, they had low cognitive abilities. Like their logic was off. Their reasoning was absolutely off. And it got to the point where I just became, I stopped even, trying to reason with them. And whatever they said, I just said, oh yeah, whatever you want to do. And I think that, obviously me and that giving up approach is the same approach that most people in public schools have, in my opinion. The problem that I see, and I could be wrong, and I don't have any data to substantiate my claim. I just have what I've seen. You have a lot of children who are born to lower functioning human beings. Like their parents are low functioning, almost on a scale of being mentally. And I know we don't use retarded anymore from a medical perspective, but almost like their parents are retarded. And I saw a lot of that when I was a teacher. And I saw a lot of that when I worked in the courts. I was a probation officer as well. And it got to the point where I said, it's not that this person is just really violent. It's just that they're retarded. And I know that this is going to upset a lot of people. I know people are going to say, I got retarded people in my family. But here goes the thing. I'm the kid, I'm just truthful like that and what I see. And what I'm saying is that I don't say that these people should not breed. It's just that why are they having 5 and 6 kids? You see, and it's like let's get to race. In a black race, the intelligent blacks don't have any kids or have 1 kid. So the intelligent blacks really just die off. And why does that happen? Or am I wrong? Blackheart perspective. Go ahead.
So I think that in order for us to answer that question intelligently, we do have to look at what is going on in the culture for that particular set of 10 years. So the people of the 80s or the people of the 90s, we have to be able to pinpoint, or the 2000s, we have to pinpoint what's going on in specific communities at that time, whether it be something that they have elected to do and then it's passed on to their children, whether it's something that they've elected not to do, and then that is passed on to their children. And I'm speaking of health-wise, okay? There were a great deal of people who were using a specific thing, I would say in the 80s. And those children that they had after that, those children ended up being what we unfortunately called as crack babies. They exemplified symptoms of the crack that the mother or father or both ingested. And so we have to really break it down and look at what was going on to that at that particular time with that particular individual to give it a fair answer. But to give it a broad answer, yeah. I think that there are a lot of people who are having children who've not really thought about the necessity and have not thought about the outcome. They haven't thought about why they should or shouldn't have children. Yeah. They just understand that their anatomy does this or does that. If I lay down, this will happen. I'll feel good. And that's all they're concerned about. They don't think about what the future is. And a lot of people don't realize that they need counseling or that they have brain damage. A lot of people don't know that.
Right. Damn. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah. And I'm telling you, I of course, I never have said what you're saying so eloquently, but nevertheless, when I was teaching, I said, damn, it's not that this kid can't understand, basic arithmetic. It's not that he can't understand variables. It's just that there are receptors in the brain that are just not connecting. And he comes from a family where they just don't connect. And, I know that this sounds bad, but, in my opinion, I really would recommend if you are not really intelligent, you should not. In Western society, you shouldn't, because again, typically lower functioning people commit the worst types of crimes, and typically, what you're saying with this Casper thing, maybe, and I haven't really looked it up because you just said it, but maybe understanding genetic or genome information. Maybe you can say, wait a minute, what is this right here? This trait, or I don't know how it necessarily works on a science level, but I don't know how they can view, like maybe something like antisocial behavior. Maybe there's something that you could see in the genome and say, well, we need to take that out. And I agree with that. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's even to your point. It's that as well. It's a little deeper, because what they're able to do is they're able to make insertions into the DNA. And when they make those insertions, they're literally creating a person. They're literally creating what they want the individual to be. Now, there are some dangers with that, of course. And that is where people would morally ask the question, is man playing God? There is that question.
I think
the answer is yes.
I think that if there is a God, because there might be atheists watching, there might be Buddhists watching. We have to be respectful. Not
Absolutely.
You know, but let's just say that there is a God, and the Abrahamic God. If playing God is splicing up genome, if God gave us the intelligence to do it, why not? He gave us the intelligence to build buildings.
And so do you see how the rabbit hole, absolutely. Right. So you see how the rabbit hole could continue, and then one could counter that with this. Just as a matter of fact, how we just removed the whole aspect of having the ability to utilize CRISPR-Cas9 and other forms of CRISPR to edit the genes. Just as soon as we removed that, we were right back to who? Margaret Sanger. We were right back to Hitler. We were right back to all of that. We were right back to Operation Paperclip, to every one of those people, you see? So it's just a matter of how far down the rabbit hole are we willing to go? And then are there any blocks to any of this progressive science from going forward? Well, the answer to that is no, because we've already gotten to a point where we're beyond that. That's never going to stop. As a matter of fact, there was an article that came out today, and I'm not sure if it was in Science or Nature, but the question was, are we creating superheroes? Can we create superheroes? Well, you may have heard, and some people, unless they have the actual data to support their narrative or support their story, you may have heard about people talking about super soldiers in the past. Yeah. And unless you've got, some real concrete data and evidence to show somebody, they will say that you're a conspiratorial thinker. But the actuality is that, yes, this is something that was attempted. Now,
I'm sorry, I cut you
if you take CRISPR and you use this narrative of the super soldiers, and are you able to create a superhero? Then the original question's answer is yes, you can create a superhero.
Are you a fan of science fiction?
I am a lover of science. I enjoy science. I enjoy history. But I dig deep. Well, I think that right now, when we look at science fiction, it really is a little further away from, it's closer to us to being real than it is to being fake. Case in point, right now, today, CERN is up and running. And it's going to run from today.
You're talking to a whole bunch of blacks. They don't know what CERN is.
Well, to the answer to your question,
I'm playing guys. You know how I am. I'm playing guys.
The answer to the question is yes, I do. But I also find it very strange and very curious that what we used to think was science fiction is now just science. Right now it's just science.
The reason why I asked about science fiction is because a lot of science fiction, like for example, Star Trek, right? I've been a fan of Star Trek since I've been a child.
As well.
I've watched all the iterations. I hate Discovery though. Discovery sucks. But nevertheless,
whoa.
Yeah, I knew you would like Discovery because all the women are on the bridge.
No. It has nothing to do with the women. Has nothing to do with the women.
Oh, is it all the woke stuff they have in the episodes?
No, and I don't really get into any of that. I look at things a little bit more pragmatically, a little bit more left brain than right brain. But what it is for me is all of the portions that are inserted in there that if you don't know certain things like the study of Enoch or the study of any of those lost books. Okay. There are a bevy of inserts in there dealing with that, dealing with crystals, dealing with the power of crystals, and gold, even our spaceships that go up into space. They're all laden with gold.
Yes, they use to create warp drive. They use a certain type of crystal. But the reason why I asked about Star Trek is because of they talk about the eugenics wars. Like they mentioned this, and if I'm not mistaken, if you are genetically modified within the UFP, the United Federation of Planets, I know guys probably don't know what they were talking about, but it's illegal because the idea is that genetically modified human beings would essentially conquer and control individuals who are not. So I guess that's another look at the whole aspect of is genetic or genome modification a good thing or a bad thing?
And then it also goes into property.
Yeah.
It also goes into intellectual property.
Yeah.
Because in 2013, the United States Supreme Court dictated that anyone who had any gene editing done to their body because the edits themselves were created and copywritten, now that particular entity or that being or that host is no longer their own. So
the chat wants you to cook on CERN, by the way. They said I cut you off when you were about to get into CERN. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's just it's just one of those things that if you're, I'd really hate to just start at this point when you'd have to go all the way back. But you know what they have done in Switzerland is it sits on several different borders, several different countries. And if I'm not mistaken, it's almost 35 miles down underground.
Yeah.
And so today it did start its new run. Now I've been dealing with the whole entire topic since the latter part of last year when they started ALICE, which was one of their reactors, as it were.
Yeah.
And so what's going on now today is they're actually running it, and it will go until 2025. They are running it at well over, I believe it's 13.8 tera electron volts starting today. I believe that's the number. Could be higher, so don't quote me on the number. However, it is the highest that it's ever run, and it's well over several years of going on since they have the Large Hadron Collider. So you've got the Large Hadron Collider. They're the ones who actually went in to look for what they considered the God particle.
Yeah.
And this God particle is the Higgs Boson. And I believe that was discovered in, I think, 2012, I believe. Don't quote me on that. But I believe it was discovered in 2012. And now, just recently, they found what they call the W boson, which is heavier in mass, that they can actually measure down to a couple of ounces. But the deal is today they started running, and it will run at the highest percentages that it's ever run, and it will run for the next several years up to 2025. So what does it do? It opens up portals.
Yes.
It opens up portals. And so there was a physicist, Stephen Hawkins.
Yep.
Before he died, his plea to that community was, hey, you need to stop because you've no idea what you're going to do. You will inevitably open a hole that you will not be able to close. So some would say, well, what could they bring in? Well, if you believe that there's a universe that is vast, and if you believe that we're not the only ones, that we're just of a set of ones, then that would say that they could bring in several things. Listen, a lot of things happened the last time they ran it before it broke down the last time. Some people call the Mandela Effect a byproduct of them running it before.
Right.
Some people remember things one way, others remember things another way. I believe it's Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think you referenced him earlier.
I did, yeah.
And he is one of the folks that mentioned, the parallel universes that were laid or stacked on top of each other as if it were a book.
Yeah.
And that each book has a page that could bleed through to the next one. So that's what they compared what happened and at that time. So now, if they're going even faster, one would have to imagine what could they do, which is why I said science fiction is not always science fiction anymore when you consider the things that they can do at the speed that they can do it, right?
Yeah. Let me ask you this real quick, and I want to go right back to CERN. What do you think of the Stone Ape Theory?
I have not looked into that at all. I'm not sure if it's dealing with the string theory. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not familiar with it. Mm-hmm.
The Stone Ape Theory is a theory that even scientists now are accepting as a possible theory as to the development of human beings, and considering the fact that ancient humanoids, whatever we were, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the reason why we can so language, thought, future thinking, the idea of building came from ancient man eating psilocybin.
Mm-hmm.
And that psilocybin opened up, if anybody's ever done psilocybin, you know exactly what it does.
Mm-hmm.
It opened up pathways in the brain that were outside of whatever we were doing before, which was probably swinging through trees or whatever we were doing hundreds of thousands of years ago.
Of course.
So they said that these human beings, or these beings, they specifically bred with other beings that were doing the psilocybin.
I think this is when they were talking about we are hybrids ourselves. Was that what it is?
So it gets into that, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I just think that's fascinating. I'll have to look into that. I really don't like to shoot people down when they have a theory, because you could find out later that they were absolutely right about what they were sharing, even if it goes against what I personally believe.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it didn't happen. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it can't be true. It could be very true. And I'll have to look into that. You said it's called what, APE?
It's called the Stone Ape Theory.
Stone Ape as an APE?
APE. And the idea is that, so for example, we are apes, right? So we are part of the great ape family. So we're relatives of orangutans, bonobos, chimpanzees, etc. But we are the superior ape, because the idea pretty much postulates the idea that because these ancient apes, which was our primordial, whatever we were, started eating these psilocybin, which is mushrooms, in the savannas of Africa or wherever, and these human beings are what we are right now. Like, they kept eating it over and over, so they began to form language. Language gives you the opportunity to give directions. You can construct buildings. You can construct, places to live. They said that's where it came from, and so the reason why we're the way that we are today is because of the mushroom. Now, it's just a theory, but it's been accepted in science as well as a formidable theory now. But yeah, the Stone Ape Theory, and also, and to tie that in with the conversation about eugenics, is that I was a teacher, and I could tell you, Asian students, I don't know what it is about math, but it comes to them so
well. Let's be fair. Since you are a teacher, you will know that
was a teacher.
But I mean, once you're a teacher, we can't separate ourselves from it. It's just it's who you are. And so here's what I would say. I would honestly say that in order for us to answer any questions about different ethnicities as it relates to their mathematics ability and as it relates to their English, you're dealing with women and men who are having children who've not mastered a certain amount in their academia level.
Yeah.
And then you're also dealing with individuals who may have been challenged as it relates to mathematics, as it relates to English, as it relates to science. There is no way that those individuals are going to, unless you have a really strong intestinal fortitude, that they're going to see their own inadequacies enough to push their children to do more, and enough to even make it to a parent-teacher conference. You have some people who don't even go to the parent-teacher conference because they don't know the importance of it. And so there are people that are here that are taking some of our time to share with those moms the importance of doing that. And there are only a few people who really want to do better. That's the sad part. The mathematics, as well as any other part of schooling in Japan, for example, or China, let's just take China. They're mollywopping our children, to use a colloquial form. They're beating our kids up. Why? Because these are the places that they put their focus. And again, to your point earlier, they're not having the multiple children unless they can take care of them. At one point, up until recently, it was illegal. It was illegal to have multiple children like that, right? So I think that within our community, and I know you know this, being a teacher, a lot of people just don't get it. And a lot of people don't understand. And a lot of people have not arriven, as I like to say, they've not arriven to the fact that they need to understand the importance of math and science. If you only gave your kids math and science, they'd be a whole lot better than a whole day of curriculum of fighting CRT and all this other type of stuff that they're pushing on them now. Just math and science. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you were speaking more on environment, but could it also be that for thousands of generations, Asians, particularly Chinese, have used math in their daily lives, and they have a language structure that requires what is it called? almost like photographic memory. So could it be that the reason why Asians they have a gene for math? Not saying that no other group has a gene for math. I mean, Nigerians are.
I was about to say Nigerians
are very good at math. But what I'm saying is it possible that these people have bred for whatever? I'm pretty sure if you did a genome and you identified the math gene, I'm pretty sure that you can say, wait a minute, hold on for a second. These people must have been breeding for a particular trait. I'm not saying that Asian women thousands of years ago were saying, I want to breed for math. No, I don't think that, but there was something in their culture that it was a desirable trait to have this. Like, for example, even if you look at, let me ask you this question. Why aren't I bet you if you went to Papua New Guinea, I bet you couldn't teach those people calculus. I bet the masses of those people couldn't learn calculus. I bet they could because they don't have a gene for it. I think like the Stone Age.
I think that you and I both being scientific lovers, or at least I think you are a person who likes to deal into just digging. I think it's very important to remember that the very first language was mathematics. It was never supposed to be for man to write with a pen. He was never supposed to put quill to paper. It was never supposed to be that way. Just looking at the idea of 1 + 1 = 2 automatically tells you that it's wrong. 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 1 would create the third. 1 + 1 would be 3. 1 male, 1 female equals a third. 1, 2, 3. The math has been taught to people in such a different way that they refuse to. We refuse to see outside of that, because math has been something that if they've understood that if you remove math and the understanding of the true essence of math away from those that you feel you could control or that you would lose control over if you did not have that, they removed that. So you're not going to find children that are not being taught the wrong math. How long ago did you teach?
The last time I taught was 2013, I think.
Okay.
It was a long time ago.
So since 2013, and I'm sure you may know this, the math that they have now that was brought into the United States by the United Nations by way of former President Bill Clinton's wife, back in the 90s, okay, that finally made it into the United States.
Yeah.
That particular math and the particular, all of the curriculum. Common Core was, and it's garbage, and it's garbage on purpose. Yeah. Why? Because if you want to take over a country, you've got to, first of all, get your hand on the youth. You've got to dumb that youth down the best way that you can. You've got to dumb them down so much so that they're not going to get a chance. Now add to that the crack babies, add to that the methamphetamine babies, add to that all the people who are now homeless in America, because you got a lot of people that you can think on the outside that they look okay, but these individuals are literally homeless. They are functioning homeless people living out of their cars. So you got a lot of stuff that's hitting people who've not learned to deal with their finances. And once that happens, you've got a Pandora's box that's open, and it's like a bevy of Plinko chips just falling down. It's not to say that there's a reason or that's a good excuse for it. It's just to say this is what they're dealing with. But I will say this about those people that we're referring to. They're some of the most resilient individuals that you'll ever want to meet. Okay. I'm going to say this, and I think that's where the attack.
The individuals in New Guinea.
I'm talking about the regular folks here in America, the black folk, as you would call them. They are the most resilient. We are some of the most resilient people because even in the face of not having that education, we've still found a way to survive without jumping off the top of buildings.
I agree.
Even in the face of not having enough money, we've learned how to pull one thing together and pull another thing together, and we're still there.
Yeah, and depression was never really an issue.
And it never has been. So now,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So now that doesn't work, how else can we get them? We cannot remove the enemy in any type of battle that we're living in. Life itself is just that.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the Kardashev Scale?
No.
So the Kardashev Scale is a theoretical scale basically it works like this. So there's a theoretical physicist. He's Japanese, by the way. His name is Michio Kaku.
I'm aware of him. Okay. Yes.
So Michio Kaku postulated, him and other scientists postulated an idea that there are different levels of civilization, right? So there's civilization 0, which is our civilization.
It's like a caste. It sounds like a caste.
And it's funny that you said that. It's a caste system in the sense of scale, in terms of a planetary civilization. So, for example, we are in civilization 0. So civilization 0 is the notion that human beings are able to use crude resources to function. We are only limited. Our resources are limited to our planet. The idea that civilization 1 is that you can harness the entire energy output of your planet. You're planetary now. Like, you can travel to different celestial bodies within your own solar system. Civilization 2 is the notion that you can create a Dyson sphere. And I know you know what a Dyson sphere is, right? So you can create a Dyson sphere. So you can harness the energy output of the entire sun, etc. You can travel outside of your solar system to other solar systems. Obviously, if we attain civilization 2 status, we can go to Series A, whatever those are the closest systems to ours, etc. Civilization 3 is like what we see in Star Wars. It's galactic. Like, you can go from point A to point B using wormholes that are created by CERN. So I say all this to say that the reason why I bring up the eugenics conversation is because we can't risk idiots within the human race, dumb people, savages that still have these primitive traits going into or trying to go into a new age of existence. You can't have mass murderers on generation ships, right? So you know what a generation ship is? You can't have mass murders. You can't have rapists. You can't have these people because space is hard. Look at the little amount of space travel that we've done in the past 60 years. So space is hard, it's difficult. And you can't have murderers and rapists and burglars and all these people on these ships doing these hard tasks. And you need a scientific, you need a rational, you need a mathematical mind. And that's why I really support the notion of eugenics. Like, I really listen, people can have all the kids they want. That's none of my business. But me as a teacher, I literally have told women, you need to stop having a lot of children because your children, they don't need to be here. And I know it's harsh like that. And Ariel, I know you looking, she's with the frizzy hair. She's like, no, I'm playing, Ariel. But what I'm saying is that you do. And Ariel, I want to bring this up too, Ariel, about the question I asked you in the back. Maybe mixing and mingling your DNA with white DNA or Asian DNA is good too, and vice versa.
I have a question though to piggyback on what you asked, because
is that Ariel? Go ahead, like our perspective. Go ahead.
I just want to ask a question because I don't want to lose sight of what you said. You were saying specifically that you don't want to allow people who are barbaric in nature to have anything to do with that.
You mean with going into the next era of civilization?
Yeah, listen.
Like civilization 1, yeah. You can't have that.
I think that would mean that would probably be a place of a haven. Why? Because you would not take mass murderers that are committing some of the major genocide that we have right now in the United States and the world, who are making decisions for us. And these barbaric individuals are quite rich. There are several of these individuals who are quite rich, who think themselves, well, I'm gonna, but everything I'm gonna tell you, I have to be able to back it up. And so let's unpack this. When we're dealing with talking about how people can be barbaric, how they can be this and how they can be that, and listen, you've got a man right now who is buying up every inch of United States farmland in order to put. Bill Gates is purchasing every single bit of our farmland up here in the United States. And what is he building? What is he creating? He's creating non-food food. He also, so when we talk about barbarians and when we talk about people who are crazy, as just they're out there, these are people who I would submit that give more harm to good to society.
Okay, so
I've got a couple of more if you want me to tell you more about white folks.
Okay, no, it's not just about white people, because there are black people who are over industry, just in Nigeria, Aliko Dangote.
Absolutely,
yeah,
Aliko
I know. Listen,
absolutely, you're
what
right.
I'm saying is that these people have ushered. For example, people hate Bill Gates, right?
I don't necessarily hate him. I think he's a great capitalist.
I just hate you. But here goes the thing with Bill Gates. Bill Gates ushered in the computer age. Him with Steve Jobs and other men, it doesn't matter what race they were, they ushered in the computer age, the age that everybody is utilizing and benefiting off of. These, yes, you can call these men mass murderers, etc.
They're mad.
But these men aren't listen, the most devastating behaviors are caused by individuals within society. Listen, when I'm walking down the street at 2 a.m. from the bar drunk, guys, I don't drink and drive anymore.
Well, that's
I ain't
good.
worried about Bill Gates or Aliko Dangote behind me. I'm worried about some lunatic who's mad at the world, talking to the sky. That's who I'm worried about. Somebody who doesn't understand their existence or their existential nature within the universe. That's the person that I'm afraid of. I'm not afraid of Bill Gates.
Well, you shouldn't be afraid of him, but you should certainly be aware of his devices and the things that he uses. For example, he owns over 23,000 acres of Louisiana. That's the first thing. What is he doing with it? Okay, who cares, right? We want to say who cares. Another person that you've got to look at who is over the WEF. He's a very wealthy man. He's a very eloquent speaker, but he's a madman. They all have mindsets of clearing out a set of people to bring in another thing, and then they want to feed the people who remain what they want them to eat, to include bugs, to include a lot of unique things.
Yeah.
And the sad part is they're above everybody else, and they're the ones who are dictating well, for example, we already know that Klaus Schwab wrote the book about COVID-19.
Charles Schwab.
Klaus Schwab.
Okay,
he's over the WEF.
Okay,
he's over the WEF.
Now, was he Austrian?
I believe that he was you can look him up. He wrote the COVID-19. I believe it's called COVID-19, The Great Reset, and it was published and put out a month after we had the state of emergency written here. Here's the deal.
Okay.
These are the individuals that if we keep saying, oh, well, I don't want them to reproduce, this is your option. This is what they think as well. They think that these people should not reproduce. And so forth. Therefore, they have created ways to get rid of those folks.
Okay, hear me out for 1 second. And I have to read the super chats real quick. In Lockhart perspective, please stay on the panel. I want you here, please.
I'm going to be leaving because I've got to take the boys to their practice here for a few minutes. But it'll be maybe 10 more minutes.
Guys, please go to the Lockhart perspective. She is an incredible intellect. I would say a kindred intellect, but she's a billion times smarter than me. I sound like a damn
impossible
blithering idiot.
It's impossible.
Sorry. I gotta give shout out to the super chat real quick. Give me a second. Lioness with the $20 super chat. She says, "Love the intelligent conversation and all the different viewpoints." Jermaine Willis says, "We are not E. coli. You just can't play with SMPs without consequences. Read the China studies. They are committing crimes against humanity with their work." Definite G, salute to you, says predisposition does not equate to predestination. Wow, that's a powerful statement. Jermaine also with the $2 super chat says, we already read that one. I have a question for you, and I'm gonna get to the other people in the back. They've been patiently waiting. Imagine we somehow get to civilization 1. A lot of theoretical physicists believe we won't obtain this level of civilization for the next few hundred years. I believe we will obtain it by 2100. If there was a possibility to figure out Jeffrey Dahmer before Jeffrey Dahmer is born, would you suggest? Would you suggest that the woman be told you can't breed because you're going to produce a Jeffrey Dahmer, and we cannot have a Jeffrey Dahmer on a moon colony or a Mars colony because it would because remember, resources have to come from Earth, right? So you can't have this disruption on like a colony. A colony has to survive on a certain unified structure, especially if you're dealing with people going to celestial bodies. Does that make any sense? So if you knew that a Jeffrey Dahmer would be born, would you prevent that?
As this is posed as a hypothetical?
Very hypothetical.
It's mean,
absolutely crazy.
And let me also ask one other question. On level 1, they're able to move about without moving physically. Is that what you said?
On level 1, they're able to use. The idea is that they're able to use either fission technology, or they're even able to use at light speed technology, like in Star Trek Warp 1. Obviously, Civilization 2 is what we see in Star Trek, right? So Civilization 1, they could travel at the speed of light, right? So you can get from here to Sirius A within a year, So the idea that a mass murderer may be on a ship, that is an absolutely terrifying notion. So that's Civilization 1, traveling to different star systems.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I think if we are playing, if we're playing this as a hypothetical, then the answer would most assuredly be no.
Ooh.
I would not allow that person to go forward, hypothetically speaking. Yeah. And so hypothetically, it removes me from sitting in a seat of a God, because it's a hypothetical, something I would never want to do. I would never want to have that choice. But if that's my choice, then I would have to say, no, you can't go. I mean, how many of us have had jobs where we've gotten a little emboldened and took stuff over to top.com? Yeah. Well, a lot of us have gotten jobs where we've been the boss and we've like, nope, you just can't do it. Why? Because this is their rules. I mean, if the person is a Jeffrey Dahmer who can get from one place to the next in lightning speed, how many people is he wiping out in that time frame? And so again, hypothetical, just a hypothetical. So thank you so much. Mm-hmm.
So my idea is that imagine if, my eugenics is it goes all into a future notion of civilization. Imagine you're mining an asteroid and you have a fucking lunatic who decides to do a mass shooting. Those resources, a colony on Mars may rely on those resources or something. And there you go. You don't have it. So this is why I say, to get to these next levels of civilization, you have to eliminate certain types of people.
Then who is to say if we are not the ones that they deem necessary to eliminate? Who does the culling?
Why does it always have to be brought back to Black people?
No, why does it always have to be brought to the mirror being in our face? Because if I choose that, you know what I'm saying? If I choose that,
right. Who says that? I mean,
well, Jeffrey Dahmer was a rare bird. I have to tell you, he as well as Ramirez. I had to do a study on Ramirez. That was the and he was the guy that was out there, the Hillside Strangler in California. And I tell you,
I know that.
Yeah, these individuals, and there are some children of our background right now that are being groomed to be that because of the environment they are in. They may have started out to be the most beautiful, wonderful child, but then when you give children, here's the skinny, and then I'm going to leave. The sad part is that the children who used to be what MK Ultra was made of by selection are now being turned into that just by virtue of being put in front of a cell phone with social media, with the TikToks, with all these other things, because they are now being desensitized on such a rapid rate that they don't have any right or wrong in them. They don't know the difference. And that's what sociopaths are made of. They have no idea what is right or wrong.
But what if we can figure out that genome?
Well, we go back to CRISPR.
Okay.
Don't we? And that's what they're doing, because they have gotten to the point now where they're leaning more on the Georgia Guidestones as their guidance than anything. They're leaning more now on the Noahide laws of anything to lean on to build this new society. Okay.
Perspective. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys.
One question before you leave.
Yes. Question. Okay.
You've been on point. I know I'm like a blithering, slobbing idiot right now talking to you, but nevertheless, I'm going to try, but I'm going to ask you a question. Keep it real. Would you allow an individual from Papua New Guinea to come into your house? Keep it real. Keep it real.
I mean, under what circumstances to come
for dinner?
With the folks that I let in here now? Certainly. With the folk that I allow up and through yon now, I got a lot of nerve saying no.
Okay.
I got relatives that I say no to, but to them I may have to let them come home.
Okay. Okay. You know, Papua New Guinea's in Southeast Asia, but
yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know. I don't trip. And then again, if we're talking about people who are civilized or uncivilized, I mean, I know some folks in my family that I won't even let in my house. And I'm sure we can all think of somebody who knows somebody like that. Yeah. Listen, it's been a pleasure. I appreciate you guys. Y'all take care.
Thank you.
Come to my channel whenever you get a chance.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Damn.
She is.
I feel like a blithering idiot.
I'm going to sit here and listen.
Yeah, I was slobbing at the mouth like a chimpanzee listening to her. Okay. Ariel, I have patriarchy in the back. We have a panel full of people that want to get up on here. They're patiently waiting. Ariel, anything that you want to say? You've been pretty quiet. It's almost as if you are shocked at what is taking place here tonight.
You asked her if she had a PhD. You should have asked how many, because I was just sitting there like just soaking it all in. I have nothing to add at this moment. We could go into the next segment.
Well, we have to get to one more person, then we get to the panel. Guys, please hit that damn like button. Please share the video. You guys are incredibly awesome, and positivity is definitely coming to you. Guys, positivity is a wave within the universe, just like a radio wave. You can't see it, but it's there. It flows. And when you pick up the signal, please pick it up and do something positive with it and send it back out. Patriarchy, what say you, sir? I know you're going to...
Why did you let...
Oh, wait a minute. I accidentally muted you. Go ahead.
Why did you let her wiggle out of the race and IQ conversation, man?
I'm tired of talking about race, man.
But you let her wiggle out of that conversation.
Did I do? Okay, was I chaotic?
Yes, like, yeah, bro. Like, you number one, I don't...
Go ahead. You got the floor.
I think you're just getting into some of these ideas. What? I think some of these ideas, there is no way you let somebody wiggle out of a race and IQ conversation. When we all know certain people have lower genetically or genetically have a lower IQ in terms of intelligence than others.
Okay.
Like, why did you let her get out of that?
Because I was
it's absolutely proven, bro. But the thing is, she gave you a layup with that one conversation. You should have taken it.
Patriarchy. I was trying, from my perspective, to get into the whole topic of the Kardashev Scale and civilization 0 through whatever 1, 2, and 3, and 4, which is beyond race. It's just. Go ahead, sir. You want to talk?
Is it real though?
It's not real. It's just a theory.
Race is not real?
No, the Kardashev Scale, sir.
In terms of genetics.
Go ahead, sir. You got the.
Is race real in terms of genetics?
In terms of genetics, race is real. Where are you getting at, sir? What are you yapping about?
I'm getting at that she gave you a layup in turn when she wanted to go to the thing about race, and then you're talking about eugenics. You do know what eugenics is, right?
Patriarchy, please go expound.
Eugenics has to do with what has to do with genetics, right?
Okay, go ahead.
And you do understand that there's racial differences in genetics.
What are those differences, sir?
Are you kidding me?
I'm asking you.
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
So differences in body type, phenotype, intelligence, all of the. Are you serious right now? Why would you even have this if you're not gonna? She gave you a layup. Listen, bro.
Eugenics, man.
Okay, so what? Okay, what is it about eugenics? What do you want to go on? Since you don't want it, since you let her wiggle out of here.
We were trying to. Okay, we were talking about eugenics and how it correlates with all these mass shootings and all this criminality in the country. And what I was saying is, I was giving examples, sir.
Does crime have anything to do with IQ?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
so let's be honest. White collar criminals are more intelligent than street criminals.
But who commits most of the crime? Would you say intelligent? Okay. So this is going to go back to an intelligence thing. Okay. And then when she try to say environmental things, like 80% of your IQ is hereditary.
I said that earlier, 2 hours ago.
Okay. So but I'm just saying, but why would you then let her go to environments and conditioning when you know that people who have intelligence are able, the environments or the conditions?
I said that, sir. You must not have been listening to the entire show. I said that. I gave examples with Ben Carson and Neil deGrasse Tyson, who both grew up in the projects and who both. Yes, I said that already. Go ahead.
Correct. But why do the projects exist?
I have no idea. Why do they?
The projects okay, so
I never lived in the projects. I don't know.
Okay, so we do know. Okay, so there's exceptions to the rules, right? But we also get away with not admitting that there is a rule. The projects is the projects because the people there have a mentality of the projects. They have ghetto, like the ghetto is the ghetto because the people that live there are ghetto. Yes, there are exceptions, right? Like that's why I don't believe in you can help people all day. You can give them as much affirmative action as you can. You could do whatever, but at the end of the day, ghetto people are going to be ghetto because they're naturally ghetto.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you the same, and I agree with you, but I'm gonna ask you the same questions I asked everybody else. Why is Japan more superior? Why are the Japanese?
Because they have a hot.
Go ahead.
Versus who? Japan versus who? Who are you gonna give me? You want to give me versus
patriarchy? This is not a debate. I agree with you. You agree with me. Why are you so amped?
Because you let this lady slide out of here with that, bro. I'd have dunked on her 50 times with what she said.
Sir,
so let's compare Japan. Who do you compare?
She has multiple PhDs, sir. I'm not on her.
And it's affirmative action.
Okay, sir. She obviously has a scientific and mathematical mind. Come on, affirmative action mind.
Obviously not. Okay, so go.
Okay, go.
So
ahead.
Go ahead. Japan versus
Japan
who?
Why are the Japanese intellectually more superior than the Cambodians? Both Asians, but why is one group more superior?
Condition, evolutional things that are conditioned by evolution.
Good.
Right.
Please explain.
Weather, right? Okay. Weather is one, right? Okay. Also, bone like the shape of their brain, skull shape. They don't have the same skull shape, right? What they've gone through conditionally, right? Also, the fact that their lives were a lot harder. So Japan is not a resource-rich country. It's a very small country, right? Yep. So when you're not resource-rich, you have to depend on things that are outside of yourself. This is the same reason why you have people who are like from Finland or from Norway, right? Who are smarter than people who live more closer to the equator, right? People who live closer to the equator didn't have to go through long and hard winters, right? People who have historically had to go through long and hard winters, let's look at even from a racial standpoint, right? They had to, it took a lot of planning and structure and discipline to go through those winters. So when you didn't have to go through that, when you can sit around all day and you don't have a harvest, you don't have a winter, you don't have that, it changes the culture. So I think culture is one, heredity, like your natural genes, like IQ is connected, like you said before, connected to bloodline and genes and things like that. So that's what I would say. But East Asians have a high. It's all based upon. Some of it is based upon location. Some of it is based upon like historical things. So I don't know, what is the average IQ of Cambodia? I know Japan is pretty high. I don't know Cambodia. You're muted. You're muted. Your IQ is showing.
Ariel, do you want to broach the topic? I'm gonna look this up real quick about Cambodia.
Go look up what the average IQ is in Cambodia, real quick.
Ariel, you there?
I'm here.
Ariel, do you? It's 99. Believe it or not.
99. That's
99.
High. Well, that's lower than that's low.
Japan is 106.
106. Yeah. So I thought it was going to be. What's Cambodia's weather? What's their weather like? More of a hotter.
Probably humid. Maybe. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah.
Let me look it up because you could be on something. Ariel, please go ahead.
So I would tell you to start.
It rains a lot in Cambodia.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's warm. It's humid. Yeah. Very high humidity.
Yeah.
I mean, this is challenging because there's a lot of speculation here, right? Yeah. So anytime we're studying something scientifically, we have to be able to have a control. And the problem that we're running into is how can we control to make sure, or how can we isolate what we're studying in order to figure out what the cause is? Because we can say it's the location, we can say it's climate, we could say it's race,
not having as many resources. Yeah.
Right, but it's difficult to study.
It's. I mean, I would say this. I'm not going to say I know everything, but I've definitely had these conversations. Like race and IQ are real. Like race and intelligence are real. And so, go ahead.
Would you breed with the Eskimo?
No.
would you allow a person from Papua New Guinea to come into your house? Why not? Why not the person from Papua New Guinea?
I know the literacy. What's the literacy rate of Papua New Guinea?
I don't know, but I know that they live like it's a Stone Age there.
Yeah. So the reason why, like I said, ghetto, like uncivilized people live in uncivilized areas because they're uncivilized people. Damn. The area, like I got in this argument the other day. The areas don't make. It's the people that make the air. Like to a certain extent, it's like the people make it. That if you live in an uncivilized culture for millions and millions and millions and millions of years, right? Which is what a lot of. I'm sorry, bro. Like people. Why do you think? So check this out.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Why do you think one group of people go around claiming accomplishments of everywhere else? If you were so secure about you and your culture,
you have to do it.
You wouldn't have to say, well, Masa Musa, you wouldn't have to go around saying we was Kangs.
Yeah. Let me ask you.
You wouldn't. Yeah. So you wouldn't. Like I don't hear people from Rome or Greece defend their culture.
Never. I never hear people from Italy talk about the Colosseum of Rome. But check this out though. I'm gonna let the panel up in a couple of minutes, but I do want to ask you some hard questions real quick. Patriarchy, you are a colorist. Do you believe that darker skinned people are more intellectually inferior to lighter complected people?
I think there's some stupid light skinned people out there. Are we talking about on average?
On average, like you've made some very.
I'm not gonna get the platform ding by my response to that, but I'm gonna say that. So, for example, Japan is lighter, right? Japan is a lighter complected country compared to Cambodia. Is it possible that? Do you think that complexion is intelligent? Okay. Where does complexion come from?
I have no idea.
Didn't we just talk about the sun and lack of the sun?
We did. You just said
doesn't lack of the sun breathe? If we're gonna have this argument, right? If we're gonna have this argument long term, right? We're gonna have it long term or whatever, right?
Go ahead.
Then I'm not saying that there aren't exceptions to the rules. There are smart people and stupid people because like everybody's typing in the back. Okay, there are smart people and stupid people in every group. But we're talking about an overall average. You like understand with median and average and all those terms that you were taught in elementary school, which probably went one ear and out the other because you was listening to Young Thug. Remember what those terms mean.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why some people in some societies look like Singapore and some people in some societies look like Papua New Guinea. Yeah. And it ain't because of historical colonization, because all those places were colonized.
Singapore was colonized, yeah.
So it's like, bro, like this has to do with certain people and how they think. That's what this has to do. I mean,
before I let the panel up real quick, because I know you're gonna let it cook on the panel. If you could eliminate a Jeffrey Dahmer gene, would you do that before the child is born?
That's hard. I don't have the answer to that. That's tough.
Okay,
that's tough. That's tough. I can't say that. I don't know. I don't know what gene that is.
If a woman said, "I want to get pregnant," and a woman did a DNA test before she became pregnant, and there was a geneticist who could read the genome and say, "You know what? Your family line has a propensity for murder."
Yeah,
murder it has to be a genetic. There has to be something encoded.
Is it?
It has to be.
I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know.
Because patriarchy, think about this. Our ancient ancestors were absolutely primitive. All human beings' ancestors were primitive. They lived in the savannas of Africa. They lived in the coldness in the mountain regions of Europe. They had to kill each other.
But they did it in a civilized way. Like there's some people who did it with the machete. There's some people who did it with the firearm.
But what I'm saying is that could that still be a part of our genetic makeup? Killing is a part of the human, and we don't need to kill anymore because we are a civilized.
So with this, I would have to go to environment, right? Like now, I would have to go to environment because
Ariel, you talk. Go ahead. Ariel.
Because I would have to say that. Well, number one, I would put Jeffrey Dahmer in the ghetto. I would put him in Compton or whatever, or Atlanta, where he belongs. But I would have to let him have
who Jeffrey Dahmer is.
Of course, the dude that was like eating people and stuff like that, right? So I would have to put him in the ghetto. That's what I would do. So maybe want to sit there and did it. We was Kangs, but let me just say this. I don't know about that question, man. I don't say I'm gonna have the answers to everything, but I do know about race. Race and IQ is one of the things I'm really studying right now. But here we go. So I don't know, man. It's interesting. I don't know about that.
I believe that there are genetic markers. I believe that some people have a higher propensity for violence. I'm not trying to break it down to a race, but I think that it comes from ancient DNA that has not been exterminated from your gene pool. I really believe that. I believe that.
I gotta disagree. You know what?
And that's totally fine.
Let me be honest with you, right?
Go ahead.
Before everybody come on here and all the black people come up on here, and we was kangs, all that. If you are a black American, you are a eugenics experiment. The middle passage. Hold on a second. The middle passage weeded everybody out with weaker genetics, right? Then through slavery, those conditions weeded people out as well. There's a reason. So ask yourself a question, right? So if black people came from Africa, right, and then came through America, right, why do they have a higher overall average IQ than the places that they came from? It was because they were a eugenics experiment. So right? Think about it. The middle passage. What is the middle passage? You know how many people died off during the middle passage?
I have no idea.
Okay,
you're saying that the African American is superior to other Africans in the diaspora in terms of
yes, yes.
Interesting.
So, for example, Liberia. I always go back to Liberia when they freed blacks in America.
Liberia, yeah, that is true. The black Americans
went back and enslaved.
Yeah, they enslaved and it's funny because the idea was to have a independent Black American state in Africa, which was unique. And the American blacks went over there and whooped their ass. And not only that, they had 100-something plus years of a civil war because of this very factor. And Charles Taylor, who was a Liberian, him and his son committed absolute atrocities against the indigenous Liberians. And you could have a point there. I mean, I'm listening. Yeah, you could have a point.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Hey, man, I'm just saying. It is. I hate to say it.
Ariel,
dude, look at all throughout Latin America, right? All throughout Latin America, people who are lighter are outnumbered by people who are darker, but the lighter people.
But they are. I mean, to be honest with you, Brazil's president looks like a straight white man from.
Look at Haiti and Dominican Republic, bro. Yeah. Look at the NBA. Look at who's shooting the ball better in the NBA now. Look at rap music.
But sir, I don't want to make this about race again. What I'm trying to say is that
you asked me a question about lighter or darker. I didn't want to go down that road.
I know, but what I'm saying is that to achieve this next level of civilization, we can't have mass murderers on generation ships. We can't have mass murderers on colonies on Mars and the Moon. We can't have that shit. I think that there's a gene for it, and I think that we need to find. I think not me. I'm not a geneticist.
Yeah.
Ariel, what is with this frown? Go ahead, Ariel. Go ahead.
Because it's a nuanced conversation, and trying to isolate it in this manner it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It's hard to find a gene. It would be hard to find.
Yes, impossible. And then to say that scientists will not abuse that power.
Here we go. Here we go with the time. Okay, guys, hold on for a second. One at a time. Please, one at a time, about a few minutes per person. I will call on people. Let's do this. Let's try to do Robert's Rules of Order. The con factor. What say you, sir? Salute to you.
John the Baptist had a great question.
Patriarchy. Hold on. The con factor. What say you, sir?
Okay. Can you hear me clear, man?
You have a good. Yes, we can hear you clear. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna say this again. And the last time I heard this dude talking. I hope I can get this out. There's having a conversation like this is useless, like building a house with no foundation. What we are in is social engineering. You're dealing with people who think they are something that they are not. You're dealing. This is social engineering. If every thought, every choice you make, 85% of the population in the world doesn't think that these are their choices. The feminist movement, the All of that is social engineering. The devil rung the doorbell and went to your children with, you don't have to listen to that. I can make you an emancipated minor. He told your wife, you don't have to listen to him. You can have your own money. You can be as dirty as the lowest man that you know.
Sir, what are you getting at, sir? Sir, what are you getting at? Go ahead. What are you getting at?
Listen, man, you can't zoom past what I'm telling you. You will be grateful if I can make this point. I only need 3 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
This is social engineering.
You said it about 5 times.
This is the destruction of, this is white supremacy through social engineering.
Okay,
the Japanese.
I want you to stop real quick. I want to just ask you this question. You said that this is white supremacy. Let me ask you a few questions actually. Okay. Do you own a car?
Yeah.
Okay. You own a home?
Yeah.
Do you own a bank account? You have a bank account with a checking account, savings account?
I have businesses, man.
Okay,
yeah.
You have businesses. It appears to me, sir, that whoever was at the door of white supremacy didn't clock in and do their job in preventing you from participating in the very same system that you say is white supremacy. If white supremacy existed, sir, you would not be able to have open up your own businesses, live in a country where you can buy cars and a home. Why don't you move to Africa if there's white supremacy in this country?
Listen,
go ahead, sir.
I go all over the world.
Why don't you live? Okay, I believe. Why don't you live in, sir? Why don't you live in Africa if you believe it's white supremacy? I wouldn't want to live in a place where somebody was supreme over me. I just wouldn't do it.
No. I didn't say anybody was supreme over me.
Well, okay, you didn't say somebody was supreme over you, but you said that there was white supremacy. But
well, you would, if you would have let me go on, I would have answered.
Okay, but please explain to us that, because I'm curious. I didn't know that there was white supremacy. I didn't know that existed.
Listen. 85% of the population is not smart as they think they are. Nobody likes to think they've been tricked. People with PhDs are not smart. It's social. The doctors, lawyers have been engineered to the top tier of society in public opinion. That is not real. Nobody likes to think they've been tricked. Emancipated minors, the women's movement is the destruction of the family all over the world, but especially in this country. 85% of the people think the choices that they make are their own. They're not. They dance the same, talk the same, curse the same, they progress the same at the same rate. They can't even see that they're a bunch of ducks in a row. There's only 5% of the population that's capable of leading. You take out the leaders, the rest of the population goes wild. This dude is talking about.
I agree with the last statement.
No, patriarchy, let him finish.
His last statement was correct.
This dude, you take out the leadership class of any group, they're gone.
Yeah.
The rest of the population is gone. Black people around the world, worldwide, we are the pariahs of society. The Japanese were not always dark.
You said the black people are pariahs of society?
Yeah, we've been socially engineered to the bottom, just like they say the first.
Let me ask you a question. If
that's a sign of stupidity.
Hold on for a second, because I have a few questions. I never heard that black people were the pariahs of society. Let me ask you a question. Hold on for a second. Sorry, let me ask you a question, Con Factor, because I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just listening to you, but I do want to ask you a question. Are all of the black men who are millionaires in the NBA and NFL pariahs of society, or Oprah
that's
Winfrey?
You and me?
Is Oprah Winfrey?
This is a pedigree thing, bro.
No, sir. Is Oprah Winfrey a pariah of society?
Yeah.
There are about 100.
Yeah, she is.
Let me ask you a question. There's about 100 black equity firms in this country. Are they pariahs of society too?
Yes. When she went, you want me to tell you how?
Go ahead.
Tell you how?
How?
When she went to that store and they wouldn't let her in because they saw her skin, she knew then what color she was.
But now, could it be, Con Factor, that you don't know the particulars of that case? Could it be that you don't really know what happened in France? Was it France where she was at?
Listen, Do you want? I'm not going to waste my time.
No, hold on for a second. If black people are pariahs of society, why do black people, especially Africans, move to these European countries then if they're pariahs of society?
You know what colonialization is?
Do I know what?
You mean the thing that improved?
The thing that improved the African continent? Absolutely.
No, it didn't improve. It didn't improve it for the Africans.
Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
The Africans were
See, here we go.
I'm
I'm trying to make a statement. I'm not trying to have a debate.
Hold on a second. Colonization did improve Africa. The average African
for the Africans.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway,
who built the first roads, schools, hospitals, all of that?
I'm not going to be distracted. I'm gonna finish.
Who built that home?
What I'm saying, man, we're in the internet space right now. Men's Magazine was a Fed experience. They were talking to your wife.
Okay, look, man.
That's why you see black women now. They rather be
the factor.
Listen,
we were talking about eugenics.
We gotta get on track here.
I don't want to deviate too far from the eugenics conversation.
That is eugenics. Chaotic. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, how about this? And then we got to move on. How about this? Factor. Would you breed with a midget?
What is it?
Would you breed with the woman who was 3 feet tall?
No, but I know better.
Okay, stop. You're a eugenicist right there, guys. We got to move on. The devil's advocate, what's up? And Factor, hold tight real quick. Factor, devil's advocate, what's going on?
What's up, man?
What's up? What say you about eugenics, sir?
Well, there's so many ways you can go with this, but I will start with the first point you guys made about environment. I think it's the environment's pressure on a group of people to delay gratification over a period of time that affects intelligence. So that does tie into the sun, but more so it was actually the length of the winters and the how dangerous winters were. So, and again, this isn't the end all be all. And again, humans operate on bell curves. Like men tend to be taller than women, but there are a lot of tall women. There are a lot of, so that's the same thing with intelligence. There's bell curves. So for example, the people that lived in very harsh environments like Northern Europe, you had to create enough food and create the technology to store it for 8 months, 6 months out of the year. And if you couldn't do that during the summer, you would die and your kids would die. And that took a certain amount of delayed gratification and intelligence compared to areas where there was enough for you just growing on trees and growing out of the land. And if you became physically adept enough to hunt animals around you on top of that, you'd be the king in that environment, right? So that's a huge pressure that affected intelligence and ability to delay gratification. So I think there is a little bit of a difference, like in the American Black community. I think if we learn to delay gratification more, I think we would see a huge change in this whole experiment that we are. That Eric made a great point there about us being kind of
is devil's advocate. Is there a murder? Is there a grape? Is there a burglary gene? And if so, if you were a geneticist, would you twinkle with? Would you remove that from a child's genome?
In the absence of, I don't know how
not to breed. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how far we are along with CRISPR. I haven't read up on that. So in with what I know we have today, there actually is. I've heard it's called the warrior gene.
Yeah,
and it's actually being studied. So I would love to do some searching while you guys have this conversation about that. But if you're asking what I would do if that. I think it's a propensity to respond with fight in the fight or flight response, but it also translates to crime, especially in an environment where a lot of people are convinced that they're being threatened by things that aren't really threatening. And that comes with the lies that the government tells us.
Now, devil's advocate.
So go ahead.
I go into left field.
Yeah.
A lot, and I do. Just food for thought conversation.
Yeah.
I don't know if you believe in evolution. I don't know if you believe.
I do.
Okay. Is it possible that 100,000 years ago, when our ancient ancestors, I mean, all humanity, hunters and gatherers, very primitive, they constantly had to kill each other. They constantly have to kill wild animals. Could it be that that was so ingrained in us that it's still in us today, despite the fact that we live in civilized cities? So all this murder, crime is just really genes that we have that really are not dormant, but they are active genes that are not applicable to current. Okay, go ahead.
We need to be very careful because everything, like human beings are actually the apex predator. Like,
ooh, say that.
And we it's scary how programmable we are. It, like, if you want to talk about intelligence, there was a time where 90% of the people in one of the most highest IQ countries in the world thought that the Jewish people weren't people. That's how programmable we are.
Yeah.
And they almost exterminated all of them.
Yeah.
So, and again, that's not right and that's not moral, but it's just scary. Like, and so to tie that back to your question, what were you asking, like, about the genes and the vestiges of what was programmed over.
I call it genetic baggage, right? I think a lot of us have a higher propensity to have more of this baggage, and some of us don't. Like, for example,
I remember
the Buffalo shooter. This piece of shit, in my opinion, is really a fucking caveman who has old, to me, just old genetics, and he did what he did because he cannot repress it. That's what I really believe would happen. I think that he was lower intelligence. I don't care where he was born. I don't care if his parents were engineers or not. I did a video on this piece of shit. And so I think that he had lower intelligence, and I think that he probably has a higher propensity of violence because he has a caveman gene that he can't suppress. Now, it may be horse shit.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I remember what I was going to say. It was that it's God, what's that phrase? It's like, all these things you're talking about are, it's a feature, not a bug of what we are. So because we created an industrialized civilization and we don't need those things anymore. If there was a World War III and things fell apart and we had to start to sanitize our own water again, or there was even EMP strike, which just takes out all electronics. Most cars nowadays can't operate if an EMP were to strike because even the ignition's electronic now. We would need those things to secure resources for our family in the immediate short term.
Yeah.
So I would be very reserved against removing those things from.
So you think it's useful to have these certain?
It's useful to have when you're not in a first world society. It's kind of like a first world problems thing. It's like people are starting to demonize things like male aggression when that was the only thing that kept our tribe alive for thousands of years. And if your men became weak, I can't tell who's talking.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just thinking. So, hi.
Area co-host, devil's advocate. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So, I guess my question to you would be: do you think that intelligence is the issue, the lack of intelligence, or is it that people who are more intelligent, that the evil manifests itself in a different way? To be able to manipulate other people, for example, like kind of like what you were explaining with Hitler and the Jews, right? Yep. So he is also evil, but he was able to manipulate the people who were less intelligent, maybe.
I think he was influential. I think Hitler learned to be very influential. He's actually a failed artist. Hitler was evil.
We gotta be careful.
Okay, yeah. I'm not going to say anything.
Ariel and devil's advocate talk. Please go ahead, guys.
Yeah. No. If you guys think that we're going down a path that might like hurting the platform, then feel free to interrupt. But I've read up on him, and again, I despise the man and think he's evil. But I also think that all or most of that was programming. Hitler was like a failed artist. He was really passionate about painting, and he failed. I don't remember if he failed out of art school or after he graduated, but he then developed a negative view on that group of people and just public speaking, tailored his skill to convince people of his views, and he got really good at it. So I wouldn't say that that's genetic, and if there is a genetic element, it would just be the sociability. It was actually, I would guess it was very high from what I know about him. Sadly.
Real quick, devil's advocate. I don't know if you're familiar with the natives of Papua New Guinea. but I used to watch a lot of not National Geographic, but a lot of film on the inhabitants there, particularly the ones who live in the jungles. Do you know on a daily basis it's a norm for them to kill each other, and like they don't view it as killing, like they view it as like if they get into a disagreement.
Are you talking about Atlanta?
I'm not talking about Atlanta, Patriarch.
New Guinea.
But in New Guinea, they don't view it as killing each other. They view it as almost like not a battle, but a skirmish or something. Like they might get into something with a neighboring tribe, and they don't view it as that. So I just want to say that I believe that maybe that's what's going on. Like for example, in Atlanta. So good point, Patriarchy. But Anna, what's up, Anna? Anna, are you there?
Hi. I had to move to another room because we're talking about race topics, and
no,
I
we're
was
not.
recently...
We're talking about eugenics, but race is being brought up.
But yes. I was recently just reported in, and my landlord said that I can't keep doing that, so they can hear. My neighbors can hear me. Basically, what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I had to go to another room. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to float an idea to whoever wants to respond. It's that, you know how money makes you more of who you are. So like if a terrible person gets a lot of money, they can do terrible things, right? If a simp gets a lot of money, you're not going to be good with women. You're going to get finessed out of your money most of the time. If like a red pill guy gets a lot of money, you get like an Andrew Tate type guy. He's not going to be took for his shit, right? And I think it's the same thing with intelligence. Is if you're programmed to be an evil person by either somebody who deliberately did it or just bad experiences with a certain group of people, and you're highly intelligent, then I think you could end up like a Hitler type guy. But I don't think that it's as genetic as a lot of people think. I think intelligence is power, just like money is. Like, because you have to be able to sit in the room with people smarter than you or as smart as you and convince them of your way. If Hitler couldn't do that, then he wouldn't have gotten very far.
Agreed. And American Man, and thank you so much, Devil's Advocate. And American Man, salute to you for coming to the panel, sir. Happy 4th of July. America is the greatest country on the planet. And also happy White History Month. Do me a favor and unmute. And I would like to ask you a question. Name me an accomplishment and an achievement of the white race. Scientific, mathematical, could be anything.
Conquering the world.
Conquering the world. Good. Wow. Good.
Facts.
Yeah, they conquered the world and they civilized it, as far as I'm concerned. American Man, what say you about the eugenics topic? Are you a eugenicist? Do you believe in eugenics? I'm pretty sure you do. You wouldn't date a midget, would you?
So I scientifically, I think eugenics doesn't have any basis. So I can't. I can't.
Hold on for a second. I accidentally muted you. My fault. I meant to turn your mic up. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I can't support eugenics personally as a belief because the science doesn't back it up. Because of how because of DNA's propensity towards mutation, what happens is most of the traits that you try to water out with eugenics always tend to pop back up through genetic mutation down the line. That's what the science says. So I really
no.
Anna, you have to allow him to speak. You will get a turn, Anna. Give me a second.
Like there are diseases, like certain diseases, but like things like stupidity or violence or homosexuality, there's just not any data suggesting that you can water it out through eugenics. I mean, the things, especially things like aggression, and they're so interweaved into our DNA that it's just.
Now, do you believe? So you don't believe that these traits came from a primordial source like I do? I believe it came.
Of course, they do. I do. I just believe that. Again, they're so interweaved in our DNA, and the DNA is so complex.
Give me a second.
The DNA is so complex. I mean, they mapped it out, but they still can't target what each gene does. And even when they do, a lot of genes have multiple different multiple uses that aren't connected with each other at all. So if you get rid of one gene, they've done this. If you play around and get rid of one gene, it has side effects, unforeseen side effects, because a lot of genes are interwoven.
Yes, that's what I was alluding to by asking the coin of the evil, right? Because your IQ and your intelligence, right? So if there's a gene for evil, how do you isolate that and not eliminate the gene for the most intelligent person? You get what I'm saying?
Ariel, could it be that now, again, what you're saying could be true, but from my perspective, and I said it earlier, maybe that evil gene is the primitive gene that has not been eradicated from our genome. I mean, let's be completely
honest. Can they be housed in the same person? And by eliminating that person,
I'm not saying eliminate the person, but what I'm saying is that, for example, the Japanese, right?
If you can isolate the gene, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah. So what I'm right. So Japanese.
By the way, the conversation we're getting into is now genetics. It's not really classical eugenics. Because eugenics is usually getting rid of the person. We're kind of talking about genetics and targeted eugenics through gene manipulation.
So an American
there's no such thing as an evil gene.
By the way, serial killers have a lower over.
Guys, sort of. I had to mute you for a minute because I was trying to finish what I was saying. An American man.
Sorry,
give me a second here. I lost my train of thought. Oh, the Japanese, right? Let's use the Japanese, or let's use the American Jew. They're not aggressive. They're very intelligent. What is it about their genome that's different from other groups of people?
Well, I'd give you some pushback. Are they not aggressive, or do they have a culture of controlling aggression?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good damn point. Miss, okay, Alex, go ahead. You want to talk?
Their aggression is different. Their aggression is different.
I would say they are aggressive, just like I've seen
the Japanese
yell at each other, and I've seen Jewish people hit each other. But they have a culture of discipline, and I think that's the
So are you saying that all human beings are just wild savages and
we are
actually
like I've been saying the whole time?
That's what
like I said the whole time.
Guys, let Anna speak.
All human beings aren't the same.
Let Anna speak.
No, it's not. But when stereotypes exist for a reason, you know what I mean? Like culture comes with race. So like the African American race is horrible. Like I'm not trying to you guys trying to sugarcoat it and say, oh well, white is this. I believe in eugenics. I believe in bettering the race. I'm not trying to sound like racist, but I'm just saying, it's a problem. It's a problem. I think you guys look at, Japan and, Europe, but you guys don't look at Africa. Like, I'm just saying, I think it is inherited. I think it is in the bloodlines. I don't know why, but it just doesn't make any sense that everything predominantly Black. And, you guys want to say white, white is this and white is that, but they have good communities. They have safe communities. Look at Africa. There's nothing safe there. There's the stuff that is safe, like Madagascar, that's ran by Indians. Stuff that is safe is a lot of times is ran by like other groups of people. So I definitely want to point that out. I just think it's weird that you guys are pointing out. It's like a way of not, and it's a stereotype. It's a stereotype that Black men don't take responsibility. They always want to put the blame on someone else. And that is like a stereotype, and it's true because I see it up here. You guys are talking about white people, talking about, them being a mass murder and killers. You guys talking about all these serial killers. But what about the stuff that happened in Chicago? Because Black men, to me, are the biggest serial killers. Okay, you guys push that stuff aside, and I think it's weird. I believe that you guys should breed out. You guys should breed out. That's what I believe in.
Anna, take it easy. You're doing good. Take it easy. You're doing a good job, I think.
I mean, they don't like to take responsibility, and it's annoying.
Anna, you're doing a good job. Guys, give me a second, because you know how panels can get. Anna, let me ask you a question. Why are the Japanese more peaceful now? Let's eliminate culture.
It's because
compared to the Cambodians.
It's because they have strict laws over there. Like over here in America, it's freedom. I believe in freedom too, but you always like I said, human nature, I always say human nature is human nature, you know, and we're going to have sin everywhere. Yes, there is bad and good in every group, you know, but Japan got strict, just like South Korea. I mean, not South Korea. South Korea is.
Okay, Anna, hold on. I had to mute you real quick. Anna, hold on a second. I had to mute you real quick. Give me a second. Now,
South Korea is ran by America.
Anna, hold on. I gotta ask you a question real quick. Now, you are a staunch colorist. You've said evil and hateful things about African Americans, particularly black men and darker people. But I do have to push the envelope and ask you. You mentioned Chicago. What is in the genome that you can postulate? I mean, you said some evil, horrible things, but I would like to hear from you though. And nobody cut her off. I just want to hear. Go ahead.
I mean, like, it's not. I won't say evil. I won't say I said mean things. I just say the truth. I think they should breed out. I just noticed everything that's predominantly black in this country is the communities is poor and dirty, and it doesn't make any sense of, you know, when black men, they get up there in the income status, they move to white communities instead of building their own. And it makes me think that it is something, maybe in the melanin, maybe it's something, but the people who look fully African American look like they just got off of the slave ship. I noticed that there is a little bit more aggression and chaotic. You said it too. You backed me up on that. You said that the darker ones are more aggressive and are more chaotic.
The darker countries.
No, we were on Fight Club, and I remember you said we were on Fight Club.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about Fight Club right now because we're not.
Well, we're not talking about Fight Club. I'm talking about what you said. What you said was.
Anna, hold on for a second. You're doing a good job. Normally,
I'm not getting angry. I'm not getting angry.
No, I know. I didn't say you were getting angry. You're just doing a good job. You know how you can get. Devil's Advocate would like to respond to you, and then John the Baptist.
Okay, I just wanted to finish.
No. Okay, hold on a second. Devil's Advocate, what did you want to ask Anna? Go ahead. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute, Devil's Advocate.
Yeah, she had made quite a few points. Anna, can you just reiterate the first thing you said, because there were so many things that I wanted to respond to. So sorry.
The first thing I was talking about is what you guys are talking about. Eugenics. I believe in that. I believe in bettering the race. I believe in breeding out. I think that is. I do notice, for example, biracials or lighter skin tone people who are legit mixed race. They're multiracially mixed. If you don't go by the slave owners one drop rule, I believe that there is a difference. So that's what I said at first. I don't know if
I remember
that's stereotypes. Black men.
I remember what I was gonna say before it leaves me. So you said that, like, you know, there's stereotypes for a reason. Black men are like less likely to take responsibility. There might be a trend to that. The ground I will give you is that
can I ask you a question?
Ever? Can I?
Yeah, Devil's Advocate.
Would you rather walk, if you're walking at night and your car broke down and there's a tornado coming and you have to hurry up and get to your house? I wouldn't even say tornado. Let's just say your car broke down, you have no one to call, but you have to walk home. You have a luggage with you and you look like a professional, you know, you have a degree, you know, you look like a professional person. And there's a black man walking down the street. And then let's reverse it and start it again. There's a white man walking down the street. Which one would you take? What path would you take?
Okay.
There's a dark-skinned man.
Anna, you've asked.
Would you rather walk down the street with the black man or by yourself or a white man?
She's asking leading. She's asking leading questions now. I just want to respond to her first point as I was going to.
I'm proving your stereotype.
So black men are actually no. You're not proving it. I mean, and even regardless, in my opinion, we're talking science here, and so like we would prove.
Okay, but the science that you guys pull up is like.
Anna,
like you have to be able to
respond to your first question.
Like she's getting triggered before I finish my response and cutting back in. But so I will say though that when in this modern Western environment, it's possible and it's actually common for men to be given kids that they never wanted. Like men are getting kids when they never wanted to be a father, and I don't want to go down the whole dick discipline sex thing, but I will say that from what I've seen, black men are less likely to become a cog in the blood that greases the fucked up engine of the system that we're in right now. They're more likely to say, fuck them kids. I didn't want them. So they're your responsibility. If when a woman convinces a man that she is worthy of being his wife, that's when you get the statistics about Black fathers being active in the kid's life. So,
okay, so you
if there was a change that I could make, I would say that it's simply to give a man a child and expect help from him, convince him that you're a wife. Don't just seduce him and think you'll be.
Yeah, you're changing the topic to like baby mama shit, but that's fine. I can roll with it. I agree with you. I think black women should stop creating babies with people who don't want to be with them. They have lack of standards because in general, Black women who look fully African, straight off the boat, dark skin, broad nose, broad lips, and kinkier hair, they are seen as less attractive. No one really wants to take them serious and be with them. So I understand. I think they should, in my opinion, like I said, breed out. I think this is where the abortion thing comes from. I'm not trying to change topic, but what I want to touch on this very briefly. And I'm not racist. I do like people. I have my best friend is from Haiti. You know what I mean? And he's dark skinned. But I just want to say, I believe that the abortion thing, I believe in pro-choice. And I think that it is legit. I think it's insanity to create a group of people who are going to continue to have the same pattern. For an example, and they get the same outcome. It's insanity to do the same thing over and over and expect a different outcome. Same thing with babies. You know that Black men, they don't build, they don't provide, in the mass majority, not talking about the 1%ers, mass majority, they don't build, don't provide. But why keep creating the same babies? I believe in genocide. I think, and sometimes genocide could be bad in some people's lives, but I think it's for the better.
Let me get Anna the fuck.
So first comment I said,
make the same type of babies. I'm not creating a Black baby. I know that for sure. It's insanity to create the same type of unwanted people in this world.
Anna, can I ask you a question? Anna, can I ask you a question though? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
The defense secretary, do you know who he is of America?
No.
He's a Black man. His name is Lloyd Austin.
Oh, that's probably why I don't know him. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
The wealthiest man in Africa is Aliko Dangote. He's blacker than all of us on the panel.
Yeah, but that's Africa. You know what I mean? And that's just be honest here.
So some of the most famous scientists in the country are Black men. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Sylvester James Gates. How do you
explain but they're not the mass majority. The 1% you're talking about.
I'm not arguing about numbers. I'm just asking you, what about these men?
No, they are. That's what I'm saying. Those men are good. That's what I'm saying. I have a best friend from Haiti. He's not a bad person. You know what I mean? I know they're good and bad, and I'm not saying every single Black person is like this.
I think the problem that you're facing.
I'm not saying every single Black person is like this or this. I'm just saying the mass majority.
I think the problem that you're facing in your logic is that you don't take into account culture outside of America, like in France, where
I do, and there are problems everywhere. They are literally a problem everywhere.
Or no, I'm talking about white cultures where they also lack culture, substance, discipline.
I understand. I gotta push back on that. So you're telling me France? Let's compare France and Zimbabwe. Are you gonna tell me France doesn't have culture?
I'm saying there are places in these countries,
subsets,
and a lot of
where. Hold on a second. The places that France has now that are the worst. The places that France has now that are the worst are places with majority or places with a lot of migrants.
So I think what we don't take into account is that most of the
countries it's not compared to Africa.
Anna, please. Most of the countries that we compare, that we talk about, most of them aren't these cities that we like to revel in their awesomeness. They're mostly rural countries, mostly farmland with ignorant people that aren't uneducated and violent as well. I think that shows.
What is the difference between France and Zimbabwe or France and Congo? What's the difference between? We're talking about the difference is the people. Yes, you have people who are in rural areas. Yes, you have people who commit violence, but there's one group of people.
That's most of the
you could take
that are in those rural areas. Most of the people in the country are in the rural area, aren't in the cities.
Okay, so
bro, you're trying to minimize
the areas that are the worst in the country. So, for example, when you use France, some of the worst areas in France are places which are full of migrants from third world countries.
That's for sure. And then there are also places in France where, like I said, it's farmland and people stab each other on a regular basis.
Okay, so once again, we're talking about averages. We're talking about averages.
When we're talking about averages, is France on average? Do most French people live in?
It ain't worse than Africa, bro. It's just not.
Anna, please. Do most French citizens live in their civilized cities, or do they live on the outskirts?
No, that they would probably live somewhere outside of Paris, right? But I'm saying that they live somewhere. I can't even name you 10 cities in Zimbabwe, but I can tell you this: that their access to running water, education, and power are going to be a lot more stable in those rural areas.
I'm not debating any of that. I'm not
okay, so what? Like, if we're grasping at exceptions, there are exceptions, but we're talking about
that's not an exception. That's the rule. So what I'm trying to point out is it's the rule that most of the people aren't in the cities where it's civilized. That is the rule, that most human beings are in these places where it's destitute, and that cities are largely a safe haven from natural human.
But the worst, some of the most dangerous areas are cities. Some of the most dangerous areas are cities.
Hold on, Patriarchy, give me 1 second. John the Baptist, what did you just ask me?
Can you give out a definition for eugenics, please?
Can I give out a definition?
Sure. Yes, please. Just for the panel. Just for the panel. I'm not sure what we're talking about now.
Eugenics is creating a super race. And I mean,
say it again. Say it one more time.
My definition of eugenics is creating a super race. And I can get deep into that. So basically, intelligence, physicality, intellect, the ability to reason, the ability to, understand how reality works, or at least
so the black race will lose, basically.
Anna, you're doing good. Anna, stop it. Bad girl, stop it. Go ahead, John the Baptist. Go ahead. Stay, Anna. Bad girl. Don't unmute. Don't. Go ahead. John.
Okay, so my question would be, based on what you just said, what would we do with artistic mind?
With who?
What would we do? Excuse me.
With who?
An artistic mind.
You mean autism?
Autism, correct.
Yeah.
What would we do with someone who has what's the word I'm looking for?
Okay, let me ask. Okay, so let me stop you there. So
special needs? Is that what you're saying?
No, not special needs. Go ahead.
Again, I was a special education teacher for years. I taught in public schools. Okay? This may sound brutal, but there is an autism gene. In my opinion, you should, whatever a geneticist says, listen, this gene causes autism. Eliminate the damn gene. I mean, just figure it out. Splice it.
Now, chaotic. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done.
I wanted to respond to him. So can you let him finish?
Let him. I cut him off. Let him finish.
I was raising my hand, so
I'm sorry.
Figured to be the lighter person who raised their hand, and a blackie, an American man, talking over me. Damn. John,
he said that.
I'm playing, American man. I'm playing. Please forgive me, man. Guys, please don't unsubscribe to me on my channel. John the Baptist, go ahead, sir. What would you want to ask me, man?
Yeah. So, I just want to blame. What's the people that struggle to read?
I bet, sir, you're either your mic is low or you're talking really fast. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I'm having a problem hearing you guys too as well.
Okay, John the Baptist, please go ahead. What'd you say, sir?
I'm having a hard time hearing you guys as well too. My volume is kind of low.
Hold on, hey guys, hold on. Let me try to correct this mic. Okay, John the Baptist, can you ask the question again, sir? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, ask about what do you do with individuals who have autism? People who struggle with
people with autism. I mean, for example,
people who struggle with what's the other end of the spectrum too when you struggle with reading?
People with autism should be dealt with the utmost respect, with the available resources. They get that through IEPs. The No Child Left Behind by George Bush was one of the greatest educational aspects in terms of teaching. You create an institution that provides and caters to their needs. But however, you can prevent autism, in my opinion, through gene splicing. And in my opinion, if I was a parent, and I'm not a parent, I wouldn't want my child to have autism. I wouldn't want my child I just wouldn't want that. And if there was a geneticist who say, we can tweak up the genome, I will be willing to pay that money to tweak up the genome. That's just me. And I'm being dead ass serious. I'm not trying to be a shock jock or nothing right now. I'm being dead serious. Because I've dealt with kids with autism. I've dealt with clients with autism. I've dealt with people in life, and I'm pretty sure everybody else who has autism. It's hard and it's difficult. It's hard and it's difficult. But what I'm saying is that why not just gene splice it out of the genome? Go ahead, Ariel. You're the co-host. You're on mute.
I was just saying gosh, this is so challenging for me.
Don't do that.
Come on. Like, we cannot eliminate all suffering, or we cannot use that as an excuse as to not deal with things that are hard. Yeah, it's hard to have a kid who has autism, but that doesn't mean we eliminate the gene. What if there are benefits to be had by having some sort of difficulty in life?
Would you want your child to
have
Down syndrome?
Okay,
Aaron, give me a second. Devil's advocate, give me a second. If you could prevent your child from having Down syndrome before they're born, would you do it?
No. Would I? So if I could prevent.
So the child is not even conceived yet, but through a geneticist. Ariel, give me a second. A geneticist can say, listen, we can figure out how to eliminate the Down syndrome genome. You as a parent or potential parent says, you know what? With Down syndrome, it takes a life. You as the parent are going to have to pretty much provide for care. And some people with Down syndrome are very independent, by the way. But a lot of times these people still need additional aid and help and resources. You mean to tell me you as a parent, you would say, oh, well, I would want my child to be born with Down syndrome?
No, well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say I want it, but it's a tricky thing. That's really what I'm just saying. It's just like you cannot eliminate all suffering. That's the main point.
Okay, so
I want to answer.
Guys,
what I'm really saying. I don't want to answer.
Let Ariel finish.
Because it's an impossible question to answer. It's an impossible question to answer, but we cannot eliminate everything that is hard.
But why not? Why not create a superior human race? And
can we?
Yes, we can. I think
actually we can.
I think it's very possible. It's very possible to eliminate the murder gene. Aren't you tired of Guys, could you all mute except for Ariel, please? Thank you, Ariel. Ariel, aren't you tired of week after week of hearing about mass fucking murder? Aren't you tired of week after week hearing about what somebody did to some fucking 10-year-old? Aren't you tired of hearing about somebody burglarized somebody or robbed somebody? Maybe you could eliminate this shit before it even fucking happens.
And I wish we could. Right, but what is the cause of evil? What is the cause of
it's primordial
of the depraved man? What is the cause of it? Is it a gene?
It's genes.
No, well,
absolutely.
That's up for debate.
Hold on, John the Baptist, you keep cutting this off. Go ahead, John the Baptist. Go ahead.
I didn't get to finish my point. That's why I was cut. That's because I got interrupted.
Sounds a lot better. Alec, do you have to do that on the screen right now, bad girl?
Why do you keep talking to me like that?
Stay. Say, bad girl. Don't do that. Go ahead, John the Baptist.
So the point I was trying to make with my mic was sounding terrible was that if you get rid of autism, if you get rid of dyslexia, you get rid of some of the greatest minds in the world as well. So basically what we're doing is because autism has a special ability where they can signal in, they can just focus on one single thing and solve multiple problems. Dyslexia of mine has a way of connecting things that don't go together, but they still can make connections and still solve problems. But if you look at educational systems, they would say that these two minds are terrible conditioning for learning. What I'm saying is, even with those two ends of the spectrum way of thinking, most of the people on this panel would kill these people off, or kill those genes off, and you would be killing off some of the greatest minds in history.
May I add to that? So I was gonna say when Ariel was talking, one of the first times I saw someone autistic is he made his money from going up in a helicopter, flying around New York City one time. After that, he could draw a sketch of every building and every street to scale, because their brain is very systematic. I'm talking about autistic people. It's very system oriented, but because of that, they sacrifice social ability. So they completely miss when people are mad, passive aggressive, happy, sad. Like they miss those things, and it pisses them off when people get frustrated at them for missing those things. But they're great programmers. They're great with logic. They're great with system-based stuff. So I think they'd find a role in society to eliminate that. We need to be very careful. What I'm saying, chaotic, is we need to be very careful where we draw that line, because there are some conditions where the human's just going to suffer their whole life and die. But autism is not one of them, is what I'm saying.
Can I chime in real quick?
Hold on a second. Guys. Hold on. Savage, please speak, sir. You've been waiting patiently. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to attack this from a couple of viewpoints. All right, I'm going to do it from a secular viewpoint first. So the first time people started picking genes, it came down to royal blood, and they kept inbreeding, and then they actually had inferior genes from them thinking that noble blood itself was something to behold, and the more pure the bloodline was to keep the family going on. And that's why you have many kings that ended up being mentally challenged and deformed. Then when you go into the 1920s with eugenics was used as a way to sterilize the lesser of the genes. So it was used against people. It wasn't for the benefit of people. Now, if you go from a godly view or a Christian worldview, you're playing with God's image. You're not supposed to be doing that. So if you're a Christian, it would be bad to do that, because you're saying you know better than God. Elon Musk he's on the spectrum.
Asperger's. He's autistic.
Yeah, he's autistic. So the thing that you need to realize is life is about trade-offs. You're not gonna be able to get rid of every bad thing or and right now, if you're working on a frequency that you think that you're going to be able to get rid of these bad things out of the genome, we don't know the long-term effect of what's going to happen when it comes down to getting these out of the genome. I'll give you a great example. Early 1900s, syphilis killed. Then they came out with antibiotics. Great thing. People lived. Do you know what happens now? Go. Do you know what happens now? You have bacteria that's in hospitals that is immune to penicillin, and it's immune to antibiotics, and it's flesh eating. So like you're not going to rid the world. Like, we live in a fallen state. There's nothing that anything you mess with you're not going to know the effects till down the road. One could make the argument that the spike in autism is related to something that we constantly do, and it's not necessarily genetic. Earlier, you were talking about when it came down to if a woman has high blood pressure in her genes. No, something in your genes. Like, there's nothing in anyone's genes that's not some negative. That's not like you're not gonna ever find any person. Just the way the DNA works over time, it deteriorates. The DNA that your grandfather has is better DNA than you have, just because you're that many copies away from him. So, like, this idea that you're going to be able to start giving people the ability to fix things, one, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be positive, and two, you're going to be giving power to people that eventually it always is going to go where it's going to be used for bad. Like the nuclear bomb was originally, like that dynamite was originally used for good. It was actually, the thought of it was to be able to clear buildings. Then they started blowing people up with it. Like, you're never going to take free will and evil out of the soul of people. You can't get rid of that.
I'm gonna let you back in, John the Baptist. Give me a second. Stay there, John the Baptist.
Can I say something really quick, please?
Please do, Anna. Make it quick, please.
Okay, so I wanted to speak on this about 15 minutes ago when I was silenced. But as far as autism, like my little sister, stuff can be prevented. My little sister has autism. My mother did heavy smoking, heavy drugs. My mother never used to do drugs, but she did heavy drugs with her last baby, which is my little bitty sister. I think if I was to make a rule for this country, and I think this is what we all should start advocating for, if you're a low income, I don't believe that low income people should have babies. You're putting your babies through harsh stuff.
Jesus Christ.
What comes with low income comes with poor diets. It comes with.
I can't listen to this shit. I'm sorry. Chaotic, I'm sorry, Chaotic. I cannot listen to this shit.
No. Those poor diets can produce, like, that can really, certain things can be prevented. And a lot of the stuff that comes with special needs, special needs is very, very high in low income areas.
If we're talking about science, can we talk about the facts? Can we acknowledge facts?
But it's very high in low income areas. In low income areas, autism is very high.
Anna, hold on for a second. Anna, hold on for a second.
Wait, hold up. Back that shit up. No, hold up. She just said some bullshit. Back that up. Stop making statements and back that shit up. I want you to back it up.
She's making facts up.
No, it is. It's very high in low income areas.
I'm not asking you to repeat it. I'm asking you provide your source. Provide your source.
I can pull it up. I can pull it. I'm pretty sure I can pull it up.
Okay, then provide. Listen. Until you provide your source. Until you provide your source.
Anna,
I don't want to hear it.
I can also drop you a source that shows that autism is a genetic mutation that you can't take out of the gene. You can't stop DNA from mutating.
That's true, just like diabetes. Diabetes is my thing.
Spontaneously poke its head up in your gene pool through mutation.
I understand that.
It's not even as simple as with Down syndrome. How you could possibly.
It's not just by genetics, though. It's not.
Shut up. You can honestly, because I'm talking about science and facts.
But it's not just by genetics.
You're not bringing up.
Hey, Anna. See, listen. If we were doing if we were really doing this, hey, Anna, guess what? If we're really doing this, Anna, guess what?
I was interrupted.
Anna, guess what?
Because I'm a woman, you're gonna interrupt me.
Because you're an idiot.
No,
Anna, if we were doing this, we would be breeding you out.
You literally just said that it's by genetics, and you don't just get it by just genetics. That's just like saying
hood classic.
You literally.
This is a certified hood classic.
You get.
Guys, it has to be some order. John the Baptist, I'm gonna let you back in. Has to be some order. Anna, hold on for 1 second. Jonathan, hold on for a second. All right, Jonathan, would you like to go first, and then Anna can respond?
Yes, sure. All right. So first of all, I do want to say this. Somebody got some feedback.
Anna, I'm gonna mute you because you might have some feedback. Okay, go ahead, Jonathan.
All right. So I just want to say this. If we were really doing this eugenics thing, Anna, you probably would be the first to go based on IQ. But I just want to say that. But I want to just respond to this, to the general topic, chaotic. So absolutely. I don't know if y'all know this, but I haven't listened to the entire stream, so maybe one of y'all covered this. But there's actual psychologists and psychiatrists that have already, studied this, right? So if you look into Helen Morrison, I believe she's a psychologist. I think she's a psychiatrist. And then you have James Fallon, Dr. James Fallon, who also studied this. And if you actually look, they studied it for serial killers. And what they found, and specifically Helen Morrison in particular and her team, they had actually studied like a real brain, okay? And the most they could find was that there's a part of the brain that's not active. in a lot of serial killers, right? But in terms of actually trying to find a gene, to this day, no gene has been found, right, that can be connected, that you could say with any level of accuracy that is significant that this person will be a serial killer. In fact, a lot of times there tends to be enough differences between serial killers that it makes it actually hard to pin them, right? So like some serial killers have very high IQs, right? If you think Dahmer, for example, right? Like they have high IQs, right? And they could have done very well in a different profession other than, you know, taking people's lives. And then other serial killers are extremely dumb. And I would take a guess just based off what just happened with this mass shooting, that just off of looking at this guy's profile, listening to his awful music, I would take a guess that this dude does not have a high IQ. So I'm just trying to figure out like what the factors would actually even be to try to filter this out. So it's just, I don't see it being realistic when you have teams of doctors that have, you know, actually, you know, attempted to, you know, find this separation essentially, that still haven't been able to discover anything. I just don't see that being possible. So just staying on topic. But you know, if we're gonna get into like the whole, you know, race-based thing and whatnot, to me, I think, you know, that's a ridiculous route to take. But I just wanted to add that.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody covered this. I may have.
No, I covered it. Yeah,
I
covered it. Okay, I did cover it. I was trying to identify a serial killer gene. Earlier, I was saying that if geneticists can pinpoint it eventually somewhere down the line, then yes, I was saying that we need to splice these things up as well. So I'm glad you brought that up, JB. I don't know who was next. I believe it was Quan. Hasn't said anything in a minute. Quan is
chaotic. Chaotic. Do you mind if I just make one more point real quick? And I'm actually gonna hop off.
It's cool. I had my eyes like that for Anna. But go ahead.
But yeah, you said I was next, but I'm always getting cut off every time I get a chance to go.
Anna, take it easy. Hold on for a second. Go ahead, JB.
So I just want to make the point that one brother said something. First of all, I wanted to agree with, I think it was Savage Red, when he was talking about the Christian perspective of this as well, that I think, you know, if you do believe in God, and I know not all conservatives necessarily believe in God, but if you do believe in God, then also I think, you know, the eugenics route of things is you know, it goes against, in my viewpoint, it goes against, you know, being a believer. So I just want to make that point. And I also just wanted to add on this, the other brother who mentioned, you know, autism and dyslexia and whatnot. I actually felt like I could relate to this point because I'm actually dyslexic. And honestly, if you gave me a choice, if there's somehow, some way I could basically go back in time or somehow not be dyslexic anymore, I would actually choose to stay dyslexic. And I think part of it is because I've been able to build a set of systems in my life that have actually made me, you know, there's certain areas, I mean, I'm not going to cap, like there's certain areas where it is a con, but then there's other areas where I excel most people, right? And in those areas, I think for me, I've been able to capitalize on those in ways that most people can't. So for me, I would actually like pick to stay dyslexic all day, every day, even if I had the choice.
Would you choose, if you had a child, would you want that child to be dyslexic?
That's a great question. Probably not. Probably not. Just because I know before I knew I was dyslexic, it was very hard. Now, if it could be diagnosed early, I have mixed feelings about this because I think the areas where it does benefit you, it really gives you a huge advantage. And so in those areas, like I kind of enjoy that advantage. But then in the areas where it's a pain in the ass, then you have to build systems in your life to be able to succeed in those areas. And so for me, that's where it becomes a pain in my ass, right? So I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know if honestly, I would want my children to just be normal kids, right? So, you know, ideally I would say no. But me being selfish, if I knew that they would actually have some areas where they would have a significant advantage over most people, maybe I would pick that. So I don't know. That's a great question though. But I'm gonna hop off though. Thank you for bringing me up.
I think John the Baptist. I had to put Savage in the back real quick. John the Baptist, you want to say something real quick? Oh no, I'm sorry. Oh wait a minute. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you so much.
I just want to address Jonathan.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm gonna wait for you. Go ahead.
So, John, I actually agree with, I'm glad you came out and said that because, but I think for me, if you could have, why wouldn't you have a son or a daughter if you recognize the advantages that dyslexia gave you? Because my question, actually, the question is because you being a parent of a dyslexic child could recognize the signs sooner, better than an educated teacher who that's experience that you have. So you could teach that child the benefits of your dealing with it.
Yeah, actually, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so actually, I have a better one for you, brother. So my little sister is actually dyslexic, and she actually found out because of me, because
Okay.
I was able to actually notice, like, we're pretty similar. Like, I was actually doing some math homework with her years ago, and like I just noticed certain signs, and I'm like, okay, like she's clearly very smart, but then I noticed the areas where she was struggling, and it just reminded me of myself. And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, okay, she's probably dyslexic. And when I told my parents or whatnot. And so the long story short is, I think you're actually totally correct about that.
And I think that's the problem with the education system. The education system only looks at a kid that stays in the middle of the road. They overlook autistic kids and they overlook dyslexic kids. But those kids who are autistic and dyslexic are some of the brilliant minds in education. But because our system is not built for them, they get left out.
Okay, hold on for a second, guys. Real quick, I'm gonna end the show within 30 minutes because I have a show of my own on my channel for anybody who cares to come through. But I do have a question for you, John the Baptist. Could you do me a huge favor, real quick?
Okay.
Could you name me a astronaut with Down syndrome?
I don't know astronaut with Down syndrome.
Okay. Do you think it would be possible for an individual with Down syndrome to become an astronaut?
You do know there are more than one type of autism, right?
Do you think that it would be possible for a person with Down syndrome to become an astronaut, sir?
I don't know. I don't know what it takes to be an astronaut, okay. And I don't think every healthy, what we consider healthy human being can do every job.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much, Jonathan, for coming to the panel. Quan, you can unmute. Go ahead, sir. John the Baptist, hold on, hang tight for a minute. Quan, real quick. I get the argument from Jonathan Barronville. I get it. But could you give me the name of an astronaut who has Down syndrome?
I can't.
Do you think that if man is going to start traversing the stars, do you think that anybody with Down syndrome is capable of piloting a ship or anything like that?
I can't answer that, but it's my belief.
Would you vote for a president of the United States of America if he had Down syndrome?
Chaotic, I gotta push back on you.
Stop cutting me off. Hold on for a second. I'm talking to Quan. The man has been quiet for. I mean, remarkably, he's dark skinned and he's quiet on the panel, unlike you other blacks. But no, I know. Hold on for a second. Quan. Hold on for a second. Now, respect Quan. He's an anomaly. He's dark skinned and he's quiet. Go ahead, Quan.
Hey, listen. Quan, I think that person's better than Biden right now. I vote for him over Biden.
No, what I'm saying is that would you vote for a president who has Down syndrome?
If he's running against Biden, yes.
Okay. If he wasn't running against Biden, just in general, would you vote for a man with Down syndrome?
It depends on what his platform is. I mean, I don't ascribe stupidity to a condition. I don't ascribe stupidity with someone's condition.
Oh, no. I would never. No, a person with Down syndrome is certainly not stupid. I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that there are factors in the genome, and a person with Down syndrome does have cognitive disabilities. And they can, anybody can be president, if you're over 35.
They can be easily manipulated too, but I want to say.
Okay, give me a second, Anna. But what I'm saying is that I understand that people may have certain conditions. I would love to play in the NBA. I'm too short. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that we have to stop. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but you got to stop pretending. Now, what was your pushback, American man? You want to keep talking. What's up? Unmute yourself.
Nah, I first of all, I'm agreeing with you. I think Down syndrome is pretty. If we're talking about eugenics, it's probably the most curable mental slowness illness that there is. But there is the problem of they lack a certain genome. So it's like what's going to be the default genome that you're going to splice in there to replace it? Because they're going to have to inherit that genome from some base default person. So I mean, that's an issue, but I do think it's probably one of the most curable ones, and it would be the most advantageous to cure it, because like you said, I mean, I don't think the average person could be an astronaut, but no, a Down syndrome person.
Right. Anna, you want to keep talking? What's up?
Well, every time I try to speak, I get brutally interrupted.
Interrupt you, but me. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Okay, I was interrupted the last few times, so I just want to finish what I was going to say. And I just want to respond to Jonathan. He said I would be the first one to do it, but I just want to brag on my... Excuse me, can someone mute? Can someone mute? Thank you. I just want to brag on myself. I graduated high school within 2 years, and I was an assistant teacher for a 3rd grade class, preparing to go to college to get my teacher's education, but I was not making enough money being a teacher. I do want to talk about I'll talk about that at different times. I noticed with the jobs that pertain to women, they do make less, not less than men. I won't say that. I'm talking about the criteria of certain jobs that was originally made for women, like teachers, babysitting, and stuff that was specifically made for women get paid less. You know what I mean? It irritated me that a plumber that plumbed toilets got paid more than me. But anyway, I just want to point out.
I want to point out something too here, Anna. Let me tell you something. The plumber is an ancient profession. It's one of the bedrocks of this society. How dare you disrespect plumbers like that? If it wasn't for plumbers, ma'am, you'd be shitting in a hole somewhere. How dare you? But it's open panel. You're open to your opinion. And I'm not offended. I just want to say that. But you can come back, Anna, and you can dog whoever you want to dog. I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead.
I'm not going to keep talking what I was going to talk about, but that is a sensitive topic for me. So I'm not even going to talk on that, because I don't think it's right that for jobs that pertain to women, like nurses, we get paid less than jobs. I think that they need to up the pay, because it doesn't make any sense that a plumber or a person who changed a light bulb out of a classroom get paid more than a teacher. We matter. You know what I mean? Teachers matter. I definitely want to say that. So I'm not going to touch on that because that's a sensitive topic, because I damn near went homeless just, trying to go for being a teacher. But definitely want to respond to this guy.
Maybe you should have been a plumber.
An American man. I just think it's so weird that this guy right here said that, he said that autism is a genetic, it's only throughout genetics, and that's not true. It's just like saying diabetes is you can only get it throughout.
If it's not genetic, how do you get it? If it's not genetic,
what codes it? Get it through genetics. Don't interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. I just said that you can get it through genetics, but it's not only through genetics. You don't have to.
I didn't say it was. I was the one that said it wasn't only. I said it wasn't. I said it wasn't only through genetics.
I was talking.
You have me mistaken.
You have me mistaken. I was speaking.
I was the one who pointed out it wasn't only through genetics.
I noticed that you don't interrupt the men on this channel. You don't interrupt any of the men on this channel. So I was speaking.
Chaotic just got annoyed at me for interrupting him. I definitely interrupt whoever the fuck I want.
Let me speak. Let me speak.
All I'm saying is you have me mistaken.
No,
I was the one that pointed out that it's not only genetic. I was saying that it is. You can also get it through mutation. So you can't only get it through genetic. It's not hereditary only.
I deserve a voice. Do not interrupt me because I was speaking. I'm not going to listen to you, and I'm not going to cater to you. Because you just interrupted me. I don't care about your fake dominance. I don't give a crap about that.
That's why her neighbors be complaining.
What happened? What did you say?
I said it in the back chat. That's why your neighbors be complaining. Just
chaotic. This is your fault.
We're yelling.
No, but I just want to say I think it's weird that this guy, he's kind of like deflecting Mr. Chaotic's truth about lowering the autism rate. You can literally do that. It's not just by genetics. Because by saying that it's just by genetics, you're basically saying that you can't lower it. You can't do it. It's not preventable. When it is preventable. It's not always preventable because
well, there's an autism gene.
Okay, we don't have autistic people in our family. That's not genetic. But my little sister ended up having it because my mother was a fucking druggie, and she decided to become a druggie.
That's probably not why.
Wow.
Okay, Ariel, I got everybody in the back. Just like with most black panels, it gets out of control. I know people are going to call me an Uncle Tom.
Oh, here you go.
I know people are going to call me a coon, but I'm just observing nature for what I see. Black people cannot do panels. Let's just be completely honest. That's one of the reasons why when I go to barbershops, I keep my mouth shut because I don't want niggas chasing after me with the revolver shooting in the air off in the pinion. But I beg your pardon.
So you cut it out.
Yeah. Now I have to say this. I'm going to bring everybody back for last words. I think Anna, now believe it or not, Anna, you were on your best behavior today. Compared to what you normally do, that's fine. Ariel, you have not said a word, but I do have to ask you a very offensive question.
Sure.
You are in an interracial marriage. Do you believe that your child being half white will be of benefit to him cognitively speaking? I'm just asking. No, I have to. Come on, ignorant we get over here. Come on.
Oh, it is. It's like we are so smart that we are ignorant.
Smart as a people, but I was going to ask you a question. People who are mixed have a lot of different qualities. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh. I'm not going to answer this question. You know why? Because this conversation has gotten to the point where we're not even asking ourselves to what benefit, right? To what benefit? So, okay, we can eliminate this, eliminate that. But is there not something to be said about somebody who is kind, somebody who is giving? Like maybe they're not the most intelligent, but they have these other qualities. So how does society function?
Yeah.
Besides the value that an intellectual, intelligent person holds, what other things are they besides that? Because as we've already discussed, you can be intelligent and evil. You can be unintelligent and evil.
But I guess
good versus bad character is the most important thing.
But if you could find, and I agree with you, but if you could find a gene for murder, if you could find a gene for rape, if you could find a gene for robbery, if you could find a gene for mass, I mean, even if, and I hate to, and I'm not trying to compare those with Down syndrome or anything like that. If you could find these genes and tweak the genome, do you believe that that is an ethical thing that maybe should be demonized in society? Maybe I already asked you that question. Yeah.
I don't know if it's ethical, but what I believe is you won't and you can't. I fully believe you will never be able to eliminate it. That is my belief, is that there is no isolating the evil gene, the murderer gene.
Yeah.
We're just having this fun hypothetical conversation right now.
And I think hypothetical conversations are good for the mind as well.
Yes. Yes.
Ariel, you are an awesome co-host. I would love to co-host another episode with you. You can stay for the final words if you will, obviously. AK Harrison with the $5 super chat says, "Can we breed out loud women? Is that possible?" If we breed it out loud women, half the women population on the planet will be dead. But nevertheless, let me ask you a question. So you're 6'2". You're a relatively tall woman, really tall, actually. What do you think about Brittany Griner and what do you think about his situation over in Russia? Real quick, go ahead.
Did you say his?
Yes, I did say his. Come on now. She's 6'10". Come on, that's a dude. Come on, man. Stop it. She's 6'10".
She's a woman.
That's a dude. That's a whole dude.
What do I think about her situation? You know, it's challenging to speak on because I think there's such people like to pretend they know what's going on, and we have such limited information. Do I want to see anybody wrongfully detained? No. Do I know she's wrongfully detained? I have no idea. And that's what justice, right, and the courts are supposed to figure out. So I understand why people are in the streets and marching and saying, free BG. I understand why, because they believe that she is innocent, and I hope that she is.
Do you think that Black Lives Matter will take a plane to Moscow and protest at the Kremlin?
The better question is, do I think that Black Lives Matter would take a plane for majority of Black lives? I don't. That's my opinion.
They're too busy on their private jets going to exotic places. I know. Go ahead.
Or not even going anywhere, just buying nice homes.
Yeah.
So you don't want to ask me about that. I've been completely disillusioned, but that situation in particular, going back to the BG situation, that's challenging.
Yeah.
And I don't want to speak on anything out of ignorance and say, oh, she's definitely innocent. I don't know her, and I don't know the situation, and I don't know what happened. And I think it's ignorant to just be like, free so-and-so, when I don't know the story. But I do hope that she is innocent. I actually do hope that she is wrongfully detained so that she can come home. And that this is all a huge, awful misunderstanding. Because if she is guilty, not only will the people in support of her look like idiots, more so it's just going to be a sad story of us being in the streets, beating our chest about some cause that didn't matter. So we will see. The truth will come out. I am sure of it.
Yeah, I think that her disrespect for our country by her refusing to, before a game, do the national anthem was absolutely gross. But nevertheless, she is an American citizen. And I don't believe that she should do 10 years in the gulag. I think that she obviously, and I know patriarchy will say that I'm being a moderate conservative, but she is an American at the end of the day. But nevertheless, she should learn her lesson, never go back to Russia. But I understand she has to play basketball in Russia because her WNBA salary is that of a 16-year-old working at McDonald's. I'm going to bring the panel back up, Ariel, for last words. Do you want to stay?
I don't know if I could hear some people's last words at this point. No, I have no problems with people's opinion. I hope that they have great things to say, and I know that they will. I just I have a baby, so I'm gonna head out and make sure he's good and make sure my family's good. But it was such a pleasure doing this with you. I love the discourse. I love the difference of opinions. As always, Lapeef is a great platform for all these wonderful discussions. So I'm just grateful to be here.
Thank you so much, Ariel, for coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Right,
bye-bye. Ariel was so nice and she was here for a lot of it. I told her before how we get over here, how it's chaotic, how shock jock material, is controversial. But hey, that's me. D Harp says chaotic clearly does not live in the actual United States. I'm gonna let everybody back up for last words. I'm gonna let it rock it out for another 30 minutes. It's all up to you guys, man. It's all up to you. I'm gonna let it just be a free for all. And guys, please hit that like button in the chat. Please subscribe to the channel if you have not. Please become a member by hitting the join button. And also, guys, when the live stream is over, I want you all to do me a favor. Put on some running shoes. Go outside and run. Bask in the nature of the universe. Get you a runner's high. It took me to about mile 10 today to get let me quit lying, around mile 8 to get a runner's high. But I did do 10 miles. And run, or if you can't run, walk. Get outside, get in nature. If you live in the hood, I don't know what my advice would be for that one, but nevertheless, go outside and walk and run. Any last words, guys? Let's let the last 30 minutes just be whatever you want to talk about. Quan has been very quiet. I don't want anybody to cut Quan off. Quan, go ahead, sir.
I just think overall, some of the conversation around intelligence is And for me, I'm a believer in Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. So I believe that there's more than just one way of being intelligent, which is just usually the factual one that we look at. There's things like spatial intelligence. There's things like kinetic intelligence, which is the ability to use your body as a form of intelligence. And oftentimes what we get into is that if a person doesn't have that factual knowledge base, we don't deem them to have any type of intelligence, which is just so false, because history shows us that other types of intelligences matter. We talk very badly about the Native Americans, some of us on the platform, but they have an intelligence in the fact that they taught the white culture how to successfully farm the land. That is a form of intelligence, even though you could argue that those people, the people who colonized them, were factually smarter. They knew how to use the land better, which made them intelligent in some aspect.
Yes.
So I think that when we start talking about intelligence, we really need to be more nuanced.
Yes.
In the fact that it can show up in different aspects.
Yes.
And also a factual intelligence, I would also say manifests in crime, because I would also say this: who's the bigger criminal? Bernie Madoff, who was intelligent and who committed white collar crime, or Jeffrey Dahmer?
Jeffrey Dahmer.
What was more impactful?
Jeffrey Dahmer.
I would say the former, because when you look at white collar crime, it has more of an impact economically than the violent crime that we see. I would argue that the recession and the conditions that we see today are a form of white collar crime, which is usually done by the more intelligent people. I believe the more intelligent you get, the more dubious you can be.
I want you to finish real quick, but I do have to ask you a question before I forget it. So are you telling me that getting ass raped by Jeffrey Dahmer is better than having like $30,000 stolen from you from Bernie Madoff?
So I don't think that's a fair.
I'm not trying to. I'm asking because that's what Jeffrey Dahmer did. He asked.
Okay, personally, I wouldn't want to be, done like that. But if we're talking about society, if we're talking about the overall, if we're talking about things like averages, on average, white collar crime does way more economic impact than Jeffrey Dahmer, who what he did. Because think about this: if everybody
let him finish.
Think about it. If billions and billions and billions of dollars get stolen on average due to white collar crimes, that has more of an economic impact than what we see in terms of a mass shooting here or there.
But now, Quan, I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to finish this. Money is insured, so a lot of that money is insured. But what's not insured? Your ass. But go ahead, sir. No,
I don't think Jeffrey Dahmer raped them though.
Hold on.
I think
that's
my
point.
He didn't rape them. He didn't rape.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Quan, I'm gonna stop cutting you off, Quan. Go ahead, sir.
So
Quan, do you live in a mansion or something? By the way, I mean
No, I live in like an apartment. I live in an apartment.
Okay. On the 50th floor penthouse or something? What is that? What's going on over here? Go ahead, sir. You get the floor.
So all I'm saying is this.
Anna, stop, Anna. Go ahead.
I'm speaking from impact.
Yes.
I get violent crime is violent crime. When you look at it, it's gruesome. It's all of these things. But the white collar crime, in my opinion, explains the economic conditions that we see today. When you see things like recessions happening, it's because people are using white collar crime as a means to manipulate certain things like currencies, to manipulate certain things like interest rates, and all of these. These are people that are manipulating economic instruments in order to make economical gain. That has more impact than somebody being shot that we see every day. People die every day.
We didn't have to worry about recession and people struggling.
Anna, you're gonna get a chance.
Black men would
great word, in the great words of Honey Mitch,
because you guys
die every day, B.
Because you guys are unemployed, so we wouldn't have to struggle through recession if taxes wasn't so high due to black men.
Anna, Quan was respective, where he's respected you when you were talking. The only person who should be cutting Quan off is me, the host, which I shouldn't even really be doing. I'm just cutting him off because I might forget my question. Anna, give Quan a second. Go ahead, Quan.
So, what was your question? I want to be respectful.
Oh, I didn't have a. You talking about Anna?
No, your question that you said.
I already asked you my question. My question was, would you rather? So, well, it wasn't really a question. I said I would rather the white Jew Madoff steal 50,000 from me because that's insured, rather than having my throat slit by.
Okay, but what happens when it's the Federal Reserve that are committing white collar crimes? What happens when
the Federal Reserve is committing white collar crimes?
No, I'm just saying, if we want to talk hypothetical, what if the Federal Reserve was the ones committing the white collar crime? That would have more economic impact than somebody that's just doing something that happens every day. People get shot and killed every day, but the economic impact is when the intelligent people use their intelligence and their access to manipulate certain financial institutions to their own gain. And that happens every day. There are stories, there are case studies. This thing has been, there's plenty of information about how people use intelligence to manipulate certain legislations and certain financial instruments to their monetary benefit. And that has more of an impact than the violent crime. Because people, in the words of Paid in Full, people die every day, B.
Okay, so you've said a lot. Give me a second here. Thank you so much, sir. You can remain on the panel as long as for the next 30 minutes. Quan, I respect you. Your perspectives are your perspectives. Your opinions are your opinions. You could be right. I could be wrong. But to acknowledge what you're saying, I would prefer to have that Jew steal from me. I don't want to have my throat slit in the middle of the night by a serial killer. But thank you so much, Quan. Zoe, what's up, man? You've been pretty quiet over there. What say you, sir?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Your mic is real low. Hold on, let me try to make
my mic is low.
Go ahead. What's your last word, sir? Go ahead.
I know I wanted to address some of the things you were saying earlier about finding a specific serial killer gene. I think I did start to get your conversation more when it went to autism and Down syndrome. Yeah. But to find a specific serial killer gene is just like, I'm sure that because of the fact that you identifying as a serial killer gene after the fact of it being a gene, like you're not going to really be able to, like, you can't determine like someone's fate just by the gene that says they could be a serial killer, because that might be the gene that says they're a conqueror, or the gene that says that they're going to be someone proactive. It's going to be how you guide that person. Like, so that was my point on that. I know something else I wanted to address that you said.
That was actually a good damn point. So go ahead, sir.
But what was it? I think I got lost in some of the
debauchery. It happens when you're around blacks. It's you want to say something and it's just chaos.
Oh, that's what it was.
Everybody in the chat, go ahead.
I'll wrap it up real quick. It was kind of piggybacking off of that where you asked specifically, like, if we could create a superhuman, and I don't think we can create a superhuman. By that same note, that we could keep people from we probably can do something to eliminate like Down syndrome or something of the sort, but to make a superhuman would still be going down the road of trying to create someone who with the potential to be a supervillain. So if we're going down this road of, ain't her neighbors gonna complain about her if she out there?
Anna, can you just be still? Okay, go ahead, Zoe, please.
But yeah, just to say that you can't risk creating a superhuman without creating a supervillain. So if you're gonna try and eliminate Down syndrome from our astronauts or our people who are gonna push our society forward, you're going to like you're keeping them from being able to solve the problem enough so that the best and the least of us can make it to wherever it is that we're trying to go. Does that make sense?
It does, and it's funny that you said that because again, I have to ask the question again to not anybody on the panel particularly. How come you don't see any people with Down syndrome that are working in the science field, things that are progressing humanity? And that's what I keep on. I'm trying to figure out, and I respect everybody who has a condition saying that, hey, I wouldn't want to change it. But the thing is that you do have to look at the positions that are progressing society. You don't see people with Down syndrome that are computer engineers. You just don't see it.
I think there's nuance to it. I think like for what JB was saying, that if you're dyslexic, that if I was dyslexic, I don't know for myself, I would want to, if I could build systems around it for me to become different in a way that made me unique and made me more advanced in certain ways, I would take it. But if I was to have a child that was going to have Down syndrome, I would probably go the route of if I could eliminate it ahead of time, that I would. Whether by my own decision making, but by who I mate with, or potentially through science. I'd be open to it. I wouldn't just reject it, even though I have like religious background. I would still be open to the fact of the moral decision of if my kid like learns that I could have stopped him from being that way ahead of time. He's looking at me like that. You know what I'm saying? So there is that moral aspect to it too.
Okay. Yep. And so we have to move on because we're almost at the time limit because there's Stop, Anna, stop it. Anna, stop it. But Zoe, I do have to ask you a question, sir.
Go ahead.
Robert Kelly is a piece of shit, but what's your favorite R. Kelly song?
Feeling on Your Booty.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
Did I answer that too quickly?
It's cool though. It's cool. I thought you were gonna say I believe I can fly or something, but thank you so much, Zoe. And American Man, you already went, right? You're on mute, sir.
No, I didn't. No.
Okay, American Man, please let's wrap it up, guys.
Yeah, real quick.
Let's go.
So like I was saying, I don't believe that most of these things that afflict the human condition can scientifically and factually be bred out because, like I said, the DNA is too intermingled and intermixed. I was the person that brought up the fact that autism is not genetic only, so it's not only hereditary. It mutates out, and I think the same thing would happen if you tried to, because if you have to think about it, if autism can mutate in, don't you think hate and evil can mutate in too? Yes. So if you bred those out, they would mutate back into the gene pool because that's what's so amazing about DNA.
Yeah.
That was basically my own point.
Thank you so much. American Man, you've been awesome. Do you have a channel, American Man?
No, I don't.
Okay. Nevertheless, thank you so much, American Man. You've been awesome for tonight. So have you, Zoe. And Quan, he had a last comment. Well, he already had his last comment, and salute to you, Quan. John the Baptist, what's up, man?
So my last word is first I'll start with this. Alexander Bell, Walt Disney, Albert Einstein, all dyslexic.
Albert Einstein was dyslexic. Did you know Albert Einstein?
Yeah, I don't know him, no.
Okay, I didn't know he was dyslexic, so I didn't know that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So there are many dyslexic minds. There are many people with autism. I didn't go through research all of them, but yeah, that's just people with different. They're different. Who think differently. That society would overlook. So my last words is I think if we're going to go out, if we're going to put a panel together and decide who is important, who's not important, I think as a society we're going to fail at that because we all appreciate different things and we overlook things that are strong qualities because we think they're weak qualities. Absolutely. And we never know what brought us to this point. Those people who we consider murderers or people who are strong and violent, those are some of the same people, some of the same qualities you need to develop to be a first world nation. Because we were not always a first world nation.
That is certainly true, sir.
So if you get rid of those people, when wars, I put it this way, if D-Day happens again, you're gonna need where are those people going to come from that's going to protect us if you kill them all out because you deem they're not important.
You bring up a great point, man, and you know it almost drives me to tears when I see some old footage from D-Day, man. It's like these kids, they weren't killers at home, but it was in them. It was in them to defend their country, and they had to somehow get that whatever DNA that was. It certainly is the reason why we're here to this day. But thank you so much, John the Baptist. You bring up a good point, and I definitely agree with you on many of your talking points. John the Baptist, do you have a channel?
I do not.
Okay. John the Baptist, before you leave, I have to ask you a question, sir. You said you're 5'8", right?
Correct.
Are me and I'm assuming me and you are about the same age. I'm 37. You know, how old are you, sir?
48.
You're 48?
Yeah.
Oh, man, you look way younger than 48, man. But nevertheless, do you think in your younger years you could have beat me at a game of 21? Keep it real.
Yeah, I would have killed you.
Oh, okay. You said you could.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because your mentality, you wouldn't play where I play at.
Oh, now did you play like hot sauce or did you play like an NBA player? You know,
I'm not an NBA player. I'm not an NBA player at all.
No. What I'm saying is, did you play like hot? You know who hot sauce was, right?
No, I don't.
He was an and one player. He was real sweet. Nevertheless, you said you.
No. I'm more of a physical player.
Oh, so you would have. Okay. Salute to you, sir. Thank you so much for coming on the panel. We have Savage next. What's up, Savage? Thank you so much, John the Baptist, for your last words.
So, a couple things keep getting inflated. So, when you're going to talk about genetics, you really can't bring like these mass shooters into it, because that is a deeper conversation. A lot of them are on antidepressants. And a lot of them have very questionable things that are tied to the government when it comes to them. When it comes to autism, there's a large correlation between vaccines and also with autism. When it comes down to the economy and white-collar crimes, one can make the argument that death actually is more harmful to the economy now, because in the last 50 or 60 years, our population isn't growing. Right now, there's a million nurse shortage in the medical industry because labor is a commodity. In order for the country to grow, you need labor. We don't have the labor. So taking money is something that can be taken back, but killing somebody is labor that you'll never get back. So it depends on what you're valuing. If you want the country to grow, like you have to have people. And you're going to have people that can pick up boxes, and you're going to have people that can build bridges. You can't claim that one thing is better than the other, because the bricks that build the bridge get put there by someone's hands. So you need everybody at every level to do their job to be able to get society to go forward. If you say you're not an engineer, then you don't need to live, and you kill everybody. I don't know if you've ever worked with engineers. Engineers can can design stuff, but they lack common sense. A lot of the times when I'm working in the trades as an electrician, we have to go and fix the prints for engineers because they miss things, because they're not used to being in the field. So even if you're special at thermodynamics, there's going to be someone that's next to you that is not necessarily into thermodynamics, but there's a part that they're not seeing. Like, you can't just take things down to, well, they're not really progressing. Technology is where we're at. That's the thing. That's the move. Yeah, but in order for you to get technology, you have to have someone that builds it. You got to have someone that makes the plastic. You got to make someone that goes and gets at the firm that builds the stuff. You can't just make it simple that some jobs are less important than others. And the young woman that was saying that it was designed for women to get paid less. So unfortunately, the thing of it is supply and demand. If it comes down to teachers work for 9 months out of the year, and they get paid a full salary. So most people that work are actually working more hours than a teacher is, and you can't have a bajillion teachers and then make $1 million a year, because it's a supply and demand. If you have too many of one thing, right now there's a labor shortage in trades because they've been pushing college for so many years, and people have looked down on the trades that we don't actually have enough people to build the things that we need. And because because women over 30 are single and childless, they're building retirement homes for women now because they're going to need a place for them to go. So we can't build them fast enough because there's not enough people, but there are enough teachers.
I don't think you heard me correct.
Anna, hold on. You will have a chance for a rebuttal. Give me a second. Go ahead, Savage. Go ahead, sir.
But there's like women pick jobs that are comfortable. They have air conditioning. They're not like they're dealing with people. You could not take nurses and pay nurses, let's say $700 an hour, and the economy work. Like there is a limit to what things can be made based on what is needed. Like it just, a lot of people don't realize how supply and demand works. The more of something there is, the less it becomes valued. Back when we were like our grandparents, when they went to college, 1 in 10 people went to college. Having a college degree meant something because not anyone went to it. Now, the majority of people go to college. So now the degrees are worth less. Like, that's the issue. The more you make something available, the cheaper it becomes. That's why with technology and capitalism, cheaper and less expensive. And that's all I have to say.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Savage, for coming up on the panel, sir. What did you do for the 4th of July, Savage?
I hung out with my 3 kids and my pregnant wife.
Awesome. Salute to you, sir. You are an example of what an American man should or is, actually. Thank you so much, Savage. Devil's advocate, what say you, sir? Any last words?
All right. Oh yeah. And before I speak on eugenics, this is gonna be hard, chaotic, but I have 2 questions for Anna. 1-word answer questions. This is gonna be a science. You know, she wasn't listening to Savage because she was on the phone, but I hope she's listening. Anna, can you hear me? I can hear you. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not confusing you with somebody else that was on a prior podcast, because I could tie this into my final words on eugenics. And again, this isn't like I'm not coming at you or anything, but were you the one that was on a panel before? You have children, correct?
Wait, what did you say? Do I have children?
Yeah, do you have?
You got me mixed up with someone else because I don't know what podcast he's talking about.
Okay, so you don't have kids?
Oh.
Okay. And then I'm fairly certain it was her, but then the person might have.
22 years old.
All right. Mute. So I'll respond. I'll make my comments on eugenics, and then so what I was going to say is before we start tampering with eugenics, that's a genie we can't really put back in the bottle. So I would want, before I got on board with chaotics thought process or game plan, I would want to do 4 things, and each one is more important than the last. The first one is reduce behavioral causes for genetic disorders, such as women who drink while pregnant, do drugs, don't have enough access to nutrition, don't get enough sleep. Because if that like reduces 9 out of 10 of disease X, then why would we not do that before making permanent changes to our genetics, right? Makes sense, right? Next, reduce environmental causes, such as like not what women put in their mouth, but actual access to nutrition. So like that can be countrywide. Some countries just don't have access to proper nutrition, right? Was it some in the back that I missed?
No, it was somebody has said that Anna looks like Theodore from Alvin and the Chipmunks. Now she's probably too young to know what that show is, but old people like myself, that was one of my favorite shows as a child.
I barely remember it
growing up. But I don't think so. But go ahead.
Alvin, Simon, Theodore.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you're my age then.
Alvin.
I should love that damn show. Hey, remember DuckTales? Oh, damn, those are some good ass cartoons. Remember the original Ninja Turtles with Shredder?
I'm only from
Anna, something's wrong with your phone. I don't know what's going on. But go ahead, Devil's Advocate. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, those are good. I think I'm a little younger. I was into like actually, honestly, I like the classics like Tom and Jerry. I laugh my ass off at that stuff. But then like the Dragon Ball Z, Ed and Eddie, those Cartoon Network stuff, Static Shock. But all right. So the second one would be reduce environmental causes, because again, I want to make sure we do these things before making permanent changes to our genome. Because if we do that, and then sometime in the future there's some disease where, oh no, only the people with natural immunities and unchanged genomes have resistance to this disease, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely, sir.
So I would say the last changes I would make were obviously access to nutrition, like plastics, even GMOs. Make sure we know the science behind everything that's causing these genetic defects or disorders before we go changing our actual DNA. The third thing is actually impossible, and that's protect the ability to protect this technology we develop for changing our genetics from getting into the wrong hands, whether it's the vocal Hitlers of the world or the closet Hitlers of the world, the people who want to get their hands on this technology to reduce the population of certain races, like the what's her name, the feminist that put the abortion clinics. Yeah.
Horrible one.
So people like that. And that's, in my opinion, that's impossible, because there will always be evil people who have the IQ to hide their true motives.
Devil's advocate. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got a few more talking points? Because
there was one last one for
the
things I would want to do, and that's advanced medical technology until we have absolute certainty instead of guess and check technology. So we need to know exactly the changes we're going to make and know all the secondary side effects instead of find them out as we go, because we could do some serious damage that can't be undone.
Absolutely.
So those are the things. Yeah, and those are the things that I would want done before we start messing with our genome, because I would hate to find out that your grandfather made these changes, so your DNA is decayed and now you can't have kids, or some, because we didn't know all the secondary effects. The same with the V word. I'm not going to say it. It's been said a couple times on here. The jab. I would have wanted that technology to be at that point as well, but we went and rushed it, and I actually haven't done that yet. So, the jab, Anna looks confused. The thing I was confused
because everybody's worried about COVID, but nobody's worried about any of the diseases that come from Africa that is never a cure for it. Like people die of HIV. Do you know how many people die every year? Like, I'm so confused. And that's why is it that the diseases that start in Africa are never a cure for it? Like Ebola, HIV, all diseases never a cure for it. I always want to know, like, why. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to know why everybody takes COVID so serious, but no one's taking like HIV, Ebola, and all that stuff.
Yeah, and to respond to that, I was actually saying we don't know the secondary effects and the long-term effects of the jab. I think that we did overreact to COVID and restrict people's freedom to an extent that we shouldn't have. So I actually agree with Anna. Maybe that's a good note to end on. Chaotic, you wanted to say something?
No. I'm just trying to move it along because there's another show that's scheduled. Devil's Advocate, thank you so much, man. You've been an incredible,
no problem. It was
incredible panelist. Anna, you are the last word of the night. Please just black out.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I just want to say hi. I'm starting my content. My old channel got shut down, as everybody knows. But I'm starting my content July 15th. You know, if you ever want to. Why did you?
Anna.
Goodbye. Okay. My name is Anna, and my YouTube channel will be Miss Anna.
Anna, you
cannot. Okay, I will do that. But basically, I'm a mixed race advocate, and I'm against the one drop rule. I do not believe in a slave owner's one drop rule. And that is just who I am. If anybody want to know who I am, and it was a pleasure meeting everybody up here today. Yes. I do not believe in a light-skinned black. That is something created by a slave owner in order to strip mixed race people of our identities. I think that we deserve our own group and our own communities, and we should not be combining with people who look fully African, who are African American. Yes. I am multiracially mixed, and I think that other people should be proud of who they are as well. And yeah, hopefully one day you guys will see me again, but it's been a pleasure speaking to everyone up here.
Anna, can I ask you?
Yeah.
If the doctor told you that your child was going to be let's say you are a week into your pregnancy. If a doctor told you your child was going to be dark skinned, what would you say? You're on mute, by the way. Just unmute yourself.
That would never happen. You never hear of two people of my skin tone complexion creating a dark skinned child. That's just it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And show me the proof of two dark skinned people creating a light.
No, hold on for a second. There's like some back feed on yours, but give me a second. I'm just saying, what if it did happen?
Let me update my sound. 1 second. Let me update it right now.
This can't be right. Guys,
I just updated my audio. I have to update my audio every time
Anna. What if it did happen? We're talking about eugenics here. What if it did happen?
Okay, if it did happen, I would get an abortion. I would get an abortion.
Okay, let me get you the fuck up out of here. Anna, that was absolutely horrible. But you did say you were pro-choice, so it's.
But I'm just saying, why would I want to bring a dark-skinned baby into this world when, for one, they are the least desired? Black women are the least desired. When we say black woman, we're talking about the people who look
Anna, can I ask you a question? If what you're saying is true, which could be, why is it that every time I go to a mall, I see a Dude a Kek, I see a Knock, I see so many Sudanese beautiful black dark tall models on in the makeup spots, outside the clothing stores, the advertising? Why is it always Sudanese black?
Oh, well, advertisement. Yeah, people are advertising blackness now. It's like a trend. You know what I mean? They're advertising Indian people too. They're advertising Indian women too. Like, they're advertising a lot of people now. They want to make it more diverse. The commercials are like that too. They're advertising more interracial couples. You know what I mean? I thought you were gonna say I thought you were gonna lie and say when you go to the mall you see more black. You see a whole lot of black women coupled up and wiped up next to their husband. I was gonna really laugh at you because that's funny. But like, they are the least desired, and I wouldn't want to create a dark skinned baby who is the least desired. I want to create a baby with my skin tone complexion because in general, I don't have a hard time dating. I've dated Indian men with my skin tone complexion, Mexican men, white men. I have my fair share of Indian. I'm a Jewish and Arabic. You know, it's been a fun.
Let her finish, guys. Let her finish. Go
What
ahead.
did you say about me? Excuse me?
I said she getting all type of dick.
An American man. So
yeah, I wouldn't touch black because I don't want HIV. But anyway,
her fair share.
But really, to be honest, if I were to settle down, I will only settle down with mixed race men, and I think that we deserve our own category. We should not be forced in the same race as people who we don't even share the same skin tone with. I just think it's bullcrap. It's a fairy tale. Two dark-skinned people cannot create light skin. It's never happened. Where's the proof? And albinism is the disease that anybody can get. So please do not be ignorant and bring up albinism. A monkey can get it. Gorilla can get it. White people, Asian people. It's literally a mutation disease, and they have a shorter lifespan. Someone got the cops or something. I see the cops.
Anna, it has been great, guys. This panel has been incredible. Thank you guys for rocking it out for the last 4 hours. I will be going live on my show, The Chaotic Truth. Salute to JR, salute to Logic, who, from my understanding, is serving our country. He has picked up he has a gun and picking up a post and protecting our freedoms. Salute to the chat. If you are a hater, hit the 1 button, hit number 1. But if you support free thinking, if you support everybody's perspectives respectfully, just put 2 in the chat. If you are going to go out for a run today, just type run. But salute to all of you guys. Please stay tuned for the next show that will be coming up within the next hour, if I'm not mistaken. But salute to Zoe, An American Man, Devil's Advocate, Quan, Anna, Patriarchy. We have the lovely Doc that came in. We had Ariel, who was my co-host, who did an excellent job. I hope that she was offended respectfully, because a lot of times being offended is the embracing of knowledge that you haven't heard before. That's what being offended is. Like, oh, wow. So nevertheless, salute to you all. Positivity to you all. I'm sending it out to everybody in the chat. Positivity is coming to you all. Again, guys, if you have not become a member of the channel, please like, subscribe, share the video. Guys, you have been incredible. Happy 4th of July. Please come back for next week's episode, which I have no clue of what I will be talking about next week because so many things go on in the political paradigm especially involving Western politics. But if I'm not mistaken, and this has nothing to do with Western politics, this has something to do with African politics. There was some sort of incident in Libya, which is in Africa. Muammar Gaddafi was the former president. Unfortunately, he was killed by Obama. But there's something going on in Libya that I may talk about. But these topics of the time of my show will be 8:15, but I have to make a run. So it might be 8:20, 8:30, but I have to make a run. But these topics are food for thought. Just food for thought. And again, guys, I am a person who respects people's opinions and perspectives. I hope that you will be too. Guys, salute to you. I'm going to miss you guys until next time. And guys, please, please, if you have not, go out for a run, go out for a walk. Let me see. I want to point out that DIY says that Anna has a black armpit. Didn't notice that at first, but yeah. But nevertheless, Anna came through with her madness, which is very, very entertaining. Oh, by the way, Jonathan, thank you for coming. By the way, Savage, thank you for coming as well. I didn't want to forget Savage. I want to point out that Lou came, and Lou also says chaotic for president. Thank you guys for all the super chats. Lou, Sean D, Jermaine, Acadia, Mr. Young, Definite G, Jermaine Wilkes, Lioness, and Mr. Young again. Thank you to Fake Alpha for becoming a member of the panel. Salute to you, sir, or ma'am, whoever you are. Guys, please share the video. Please come back to this video and leave a comment if you can. But guys, I'm out of here. I have to prepare for my own show on my own channel. Salute to JR. Salute to the Lapeef Network. This is the greatest network on YouTube. And in my opinion, the Lapeef Network will be on Spotify, will be on daytime TV real soon. I'm sending that energy out into the universe. And salute to you guys. Have a good one. Peace.
Yeah.